entra in scena moderatore Luca.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Torino, to Turin, and welcome to VTM 2022. I am Luca Talot. I will be your host for this morning session, and it's gorgeous to see you here in presence after a so long period. So the first applause is just for you and for us that are again here in presence. Another applause to people who are just following us on YouTube, because we have even a live stream. Thank you so much for following us. This edition, as I said, is physically in presence. And this is thanks to the support of lots of people and lots of institutional people. And I would like to thank Regione Piemonte, Camera di Commercio di Torino, ABE, CEI Piemonte, Agenzia ICE, and our sponsors, 20 sponsors. Thank you so much for supporting us, and thank you for the patience. If you are here in Turin, it's because you know the importance of VTM, the business convention in Italy, entirely dedicated to automotive and transport industry. We will have international guests with a high standing who will deal with the issues of mobility, because as you know, mobility is living a very particular period, historical period, with electrification, a lot of technology coming inside this industry. So we will have lots of people talking about this. So stop talking me, because I'm not your main actor here. And I would like just to remember you that you can see and meet all the startups involved in our VTM edition, and you can attend the numerous workshops confirmed for today and tomorrow. Subject, as you can see in this slide, not in my name, but in this slide, electrification, hydrogen, artificial intelligence, big data, etc., etc. So lots of things involving, in this particularly historical moment, the industry of vehicle and transport. But stop talking. As I said, we have lots of guests, and I would leave the floor and give the stage to the first institutional people. So I will switch in Italian for the moment. So translator will be happy of this, because I will continue to switch from English to Italy. Voglio qui sul palco con me per i suoi saluti istituzionali il presidente della Camera di Commercio di Torino, Dario Gallina. Un applauso.
Good morning everyone, buongiorno a tutti e benvenuti a VTM 2022 dalla parte della Camera di Commercio di Torino. Siamo molto felici di vederci tutti in presenza, è un piacere essere ancora qui quest'anno come Camera di Commercio che supporta questo evento VTM dall'inizio, dal 2018. Ringrazio anche la Regione Piemonte, il Presidente Cirio, che so che è in arrivo, quindi ci raggiungerà più tardi, il CEI e tutti gli organizzatori che hanno lavorato a questa edizione di quest'anno. Ma soprattutto voglio ringraziare le aziende che sono qui oggi, che sono qui in presenza oggi, sono cresciute moltissimo e quindi ci fa molto piacere averle qui oggi, non solo le aziende ma anche i rappresentanti di grandi gruppi internazionali. Ci saranno conferenze importanti, ci saranno occasioni di B2B e avremo anche 24 start-up, quindi anche le nuove aziende sono qui oggi al VTM a testimoniare quanto sia importante anche il ruolo delle nuove imprese in questo momento di grande trasformazione tecnologica. Le tavole rotonde che si avvicenderanno parleranno di temi di cui sono già state dette alcune parole chiave e quindi oggi e in questi giorni affronteremo questa grande trasformazione, questa grande opportunità che il settore dell'automotive ha nei prossimi anni. E Torino vuole giocare il suo ruolo e così come istituzioni siamo qui a supportare il nostro territorio e le nostre imprese. Una grande trasformazione che porterà grande innovazione, grandi cambiamenti, e quindi dobbiamo essere tutti pronti per questi cambiamenti. Le istituzioni del territorio stanno lavorando insieme, c'è una buona intesa su tante idee e progetti, ma soprattutto dovremo avere le competenze. La tradizione del nostro territorio è fortissima, a Torino è nata l'auto italiana oltre un secolo fa, quindi è nel nostro DNA, nella nostra tradizione, e quindi non possiamo non pensare che sia anche nel nostro futuro, quando qui a Torino, in Piemonte, abbiamo oltre il 35% dell'automotive italiano. Automotive vuol dire non solo auto, ma ovviamente la parola più giusta forse è la nuova mobilità. Quindi non mi resta che augurarvi un ottimo VTM, un buon lavoro, buon business a tutti, e ovviamente la nostra istituzione è a disposizione di tutte le imprese del territorio per aiutarvi al meglio nel vostro lavoro. Grazie a tutti e buona giornata.
Grazie mille, Presidente Gallina. Permettiamo la disinfestazione, no, disinfestazione fa brutto, la disinfezione è meglio, dei microfoni, visto che comunque, come potete immaginare, siamo ancora legati a questa pandemia. Dopo il Presidente Gallina diamo la parola a un altro Presidente, il Presidente del Centro Estero per l'Internazionalizzazione, Dario Peirone. Buongiorno.
Grazie a tutti, benvenuti a questo VTM. Mi veniva veramente in mente, prima di essere qui, un grande gruppo italiano con cui avevo avuto una discussione circa 10 anni fa. Allora avevo trovato delle opportunità molto buone in Israele, in cui lo Stato di Israele era uno dei pochissimi stati al mondo che finanziava le grandi imprese che dall'estero mettevano centri di ricerca e sviluppo nel proprio paese. Io avevo suggerito a questo gruppo di sfruttare l'opportunità, loro non l'avevano fatto, e adesso rivedevo un'intervista in cui parlavano di innovazione proprio pochi giorni fa, e mi veniva in mente quante innovazioni avrebbero potuto creare se avessero sfruttato quell'opportunità. E mi è venuto in mente il VTM, perché il VTM è esattamente il luogo dove si sfruttano le opportunità. È esattamente il luogo dove possono crearsi delle innovazioni, possono crearsi delle novità. Noi come Centro Estero abbiamo scommesso molto su questa nuova edizione in presenza, ed è veramente una grande cosa vedervi tutti qua, vedere tutte queste aziende presenti da tutto il mondo, e questo è sicuramente il valore aggiunto di questa manifestazione. Tutto il mondo è venuto qua per vedere le grandi imprese e le piccole imprese del Piemonte. Noi di fatto stiamo introducendo e mostrando alla catena del valore del mondo dove stanno le nostre imprese e quindi le grandi capacità che possono offrire. Questo è un evento in cui tutti possono guadagnare i buyer che vengono qui e trovano l'innovazione e la tecnologia, e le imprese che la mostrano. E sicuramente il business ma anche l'innovazione sono al centro. Io stavo per fare lo stesso errore di questo grande gruppo, devo dire la verità, quando il mio team mi propose di approfondire una relazione con un fondo di venture capital che si chiama LIFT, e io non capivo bene che cosa ci potesse essere con questa relazione. Loro hanno, devo dire, insistito un po', ed è giusto, a volte bisogna far così con i presidenti che sono un po' duri d'orecchi. E oggi siamo qui con dei grandi successi alle spalle, con questo fondo di venture di collaborazione con l'IFT, per creare un nuovo tipo di accordo che come Centro Estero siamo pronti a siglare anche con altre realtà, in cui noi mettiamo a disposizione le nostre competenze sull'internazionalizzazione per cercare di portare l'innovazione del Piemonte in giro per il mondo. Quindi direi che questo è veramente il fulcro di questo VTM. Business, innovazione, crescita per le nostre imprese. Per cui non posso far altro che augurarvi veramente 2 giorni di ottimo lavoro e ottimo business. Grazie.
Grazie mille Presidente Peirone. Un applauso anche ad Andrea che disinfetterà tutta la giornata i microfoni, perché Insomma, anche dietro le quinte deve essere apprezzato. Dopo il Presidente Perone invito sul palco Mr. Stéphane Castet, anzi Monsieur Stéphane Castet, CEO di ABE.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, welcome in Italy, welcome in Torino for this new edition of VTM. Finally, we are here in presence all together. After a digital and virtual edition last September, I'm really happy and proud to be with you today. We are delighted about the renewed success of the VTM event. Our team is really excited to welcome a large international presence to this event with companies from Austria, Germany, France, Canada, United States or Korea. A huge participation from Italy and Region Piemonte. Thank you to be here. And first I would like to thank you, our main partner, Regione Piemonte, Chamber of Commerce of Torino, CHAPE and ICE, to believe in our team and to support us every day, every month, for every moment. Thank you to Stellantis, our industrial partner, and Intesa Sanpaolo for your support too. Without a strategic support from the large company like AVL, Denso, FEV, Bosch, Continental, it will be impossible to organize this kind of event. And it's really important because our main objective is to help small, medium-sized company, tier 1, tier 2, and the large OEM to discuss all together about this new world of opportunities. With more than 300 companies, 23 countries, 1,600 delegates, and 3,000 B2B meetings, I hope VTM will help you to explore the latest industry innovation and technology dedicated on automotive markets and mobility. I'm really enjoyed about the next 2 days. I'm happy and proud with my team to be with you again, and I wish you all the best for this new edition. Thank you.
Grazie mille a Mr. Castet. Adesso dovremmo collegarci con il Ministro allo Sviluppo Economico, Giancarlo Giorgetti. Fate un check dalla regia, siamo a posto, siamo in diretta, come potete immaginare. Eccolo! Buongiorno Ministro.
Buongiorno, mi sentite?
Forte e chiaro, spero che anche lei ci senta e che le sia arrivato anche l'applauso da parte del pubblico.
Assolutamente, vi ringrazio. Ringrazio questo momento di riflessione sul tema.
Ok, questo è il bello della diretta. Ok.
Mi sentite?
Sì, l'abbiamo persa per un secondo, adesso l'abbiamo ritrovata. Grazie, può proseguire, Ministro.
Perfetto. No, vi ringrazio.
I would like to thank you very much indeed. Finally, automotive has got into the political arena. This has happened a few weeks ago. For months, I have been struggling to let people understand that whatever happens in the automotive industry is central to all of us. Automotive is also included in the recovery plan. We are talking about environmental energy transition. And if it's true that around the automotive we have had several industrial revolutions, social evolutions, revolutions in terms of habits, I think it's important to focus on the Italian backbone of industry. And we also need to be aware of the automotive reality nowadays. Unfortunately, in Italy, we make by by far fewer cars than in the past, about 50% of the volumes in France, Spain 1/7 of the German volumes. This is unfortunately how reality looks like now. We have an automotive supply chain which is well established, a 50 billion turnover also this year, and 160,000 cars. As we all know, and this is the reason why we need to share some thoughts, these revolutions some way jeopardize whatever we take for granted and well established. If we look forward, if we think about future mobility models, electric vehicles, digital solutions, AI, then we see that our supply chain is very strong in conventional engines, and therefore we are going to face difficulties in the future. We need to take up the challenge and to overcome the technological constraints. To win the technological fight, we need to have the Italian state, like other European governments, financial resources have to be allocated. We now have an Italian law decree which is being discussed in Parliament, and I would also like to thank the Chamber of Deputies for discussing these new legal guidances and for allocating financial resources. But state resources are not sufficient. We can only win through entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurs need to tackle the challenges, and with the help of regulators, they can win. So I'm very glad that there are many innovative startups that are also going to be involved in the workshops. It's evident that this time of reflection, this meeting is held in Turin for several reasons, because it's very important that Stellantis, making reference to its Torinese roots, to its Italian origin, despite the fact that it's now a multinational company, continues to believe in Italy. There is a great cooperation. We are trying to carry forward with major investments. And without a large car maker guaranteeing national production, it's difficult to support the supply chain as a whole. Let me just stop here. These are really major challenges involving all of us, the public and the private sphere, and it's only with both of them that we can win this battle. Thank you very much indeed, and I wish you a very successful conference in the next 2 days. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Giorgetti. Just one question. You have already partially answered to this question. How far are the talks about incentives? Gioberto Picchetto last week has mentioned them. The Italian Ministry for Economic Development, immediately after the Italian legislative decree, has submitted the proposal to the other ministries, which have to accept this proposal. So we are proposing these measures, but we need to get the agreement from the Italian Minister for Economy and also for Sustainable Mobility. These talks are still underway, and then we need a decree approved by the Council of Ministers. I'm really sorry that there is such a delay, because the market is really struggling. I'm aware of that. The sales are some ways suspended or frozen pending these approval, and it's our duty, therefore, to provide an answer as quickly as possible. Hopefully, within this week, we will manage to reach an agreement with all the involved Italian ministries. Thank you very much indeed. I am also among those who are waiting for these new incentives to buy e-cars. I would like to thank Minister Giorgetti for his valuable time. Electrified, not just electric vehicles. We would like to thank the Italian Minister for Economic Development, Giancarlo Giorgetti. It has been a great pleasure. Thank you very much indeed.
Okay.
So from a minister, we go to a president of the region, has finally arrived here with us. We welcome him to the floor. It's his home after all. Mr. Cirio, president of Piedmont region. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everybody. Thank you. Thank you to Minister Giorgetti for having entertained us, but somehow having driven us in the opening of this moment that is so important and meaningful for our region. I am happy to welcome you all, to thank you for having believed one more time in this event. And I also would like to thank the Chamber of Commerce, the president, Mr. Dario Gallina, who is part of the Piedmont region through SAPE Piedmont. That is the start of these 2 days that are so important, 2 days that will allow us to confront each other and look at perspectives. And I believe in this exact historical moment, they're even more important. They also correspond to a few signals that we hope that represent a signal of optimism, a signal of future. That's the end of the pandemic emergency. Tomorrow, by law, we are closing the emergency status we've been in for the last years. Clearly, the pandemic is not over. We cannot erase with the law the pandemic, but we can learn to live with the pandemic. The system, our health system, our regional health system, especially through vaccines, have been able to provide us with the tools, the right tools to fight, the right tools to go back to our life, to our jobs. Next to this, we have finally the first signs of peace. Again, here we want to. It's not just an emotional view we want to have. We want to have hope that peace will eventually come. And we should also, with all these latest events, we should also think and reflect on the fact that as politicians, but not only at Italian level, but also at global level, we should prevent critical issues instead of waking up one day, waking up and discovering that thanks to the pandemic, healthcare is important. Other emergencies are important. 2 years, we have been able to confront each other on health, on medicine, on territorial healthcare, because a pandemic has waken up from the illusion that cutting prices on healthcare would have been the best choice. And on the other side, as regards the war, we are discovering how energy can be expensing. But you should just ask to producers, to companies, to realize how much energy is a topic that you are fully aware, you've always been fully aware of. Today we are here reflecting on this topic, which is the vital energy of any activity. And that's why right now, it's even more important. So we have the Mayor Lorusso and I have just had a very important meeting with Mr. Tavares Stenantis, CEO, and we have discussed with him how industrial policies and automotive is central for Piedmont and also for the evolution of cars, because here we can design and develop the car of the future, not only electric with autonomous drive, but not only so conceiving car not only by the assembly of the parts that compose it, but conceiving it and designing it, also taking into account the software that make it move, and make it and also how to make it attractive on international market. Piedmont is a performing region. Cars were born here. So we need to come together to develop our future. The history of car starts from Torino, but we are able to pair history with technology and science. Everything is vital to the perspective of automotive. We cannot think of hydrogen or electric if we do not invest on technology. If we think of hydrogen, but if hydrogen is so expensive, we will not be able to market it. But through science, we will be able to make it more competitive. So history, science, technology, and economic resources, money. That's all it takes. The region I have the honor to lead should organize together with the Chamber of Commerce, together with all the companies and businesses, the future. Like I said, economic resources. Let's talk about European funds or recovery funds. Whatever it is, we need funds to develop the future. So maybe we do have less resources compared to other regions in Italy, but we should also be performing in our spending, because it's not having money, having funds is not enough. You need also to be performing and know how to spending. So we are here available of those who produce wealth. We will be able to obtain labor, occupation, employment, and wealth only through the word of businesses, of enterprises. Piedmont is very performing. 1/3 of automotive companies, of Italian automotive companies, are in Piedmont. 1/3 are located here in our region. 40% of automotive turnover is made in Italy. 40% of the 60,000 employed staff is in Piedmont. So this is our strong point, but also the sense of responsibility, the responsibility that we have. And trust me, as an institution, we feel it. And in Piedmont, we've had a great president of our republic, Mr. Einaudi, who explained us that the institutions, the authorities should not replace companies, should not replace enterprises. They should be stay at their side, and through infrastructures and research and through what is the job of institutions, to make available to those who are able, who can do it, so that they can develop their companies. So the company is not just the wealth of the owners or of the employees, it's the wealth of a company. So I wish you a successful meeting. Thank you.
Grazie. Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you, Mr. President. as you see here, we have 7 chairs for 7 speakers, and we will start a panel called Italian and Piedmontese on automotive industry, present and future. I am giving the floor now to Mr. Stefano Tizzani, member of the board of Piedmont Agency for Internationalization. It's so difficult to say this word, you know. I trained yesterday, so I leave you with your panelists. I'll take a short break and tell us what you're going to talk about. So, well, we have with us a panel of members of the institutions who will help us to better understand this moment. We will have as first speaker, Mr. Carlo Ferro, President of the Italian Trade Agency. He will connect with us. Then I will call to the floor. Oh, here's Mr. Ferro. Good morning. Good morning. It's a pleasure to see you. So I'm calling to the floor Mr. Fabrizio Rica, who's the Regional Minister for Internationalization of Piedmont region. And then so you have also delegations for sports and youth. And then we have Mr. Marco Gai, President of Confindustria Piedmont. Stefano Serra, who is the Vice President of Industrial Union of Torino. Then we have Mrs. Giada Bronzini, Deputy Vice President of API Turin, the Association of Small Businesses, and then Giorgia Marcostella, who's the Vice President of ANFIA, and Mrs. Giorgia Garola, member of the Board of Piedmont Agency. A nice round of applause to all of them. So I would give the floor to President Carlo Ferro, who is the Vice President of the Italian Trade Agency since 1999. He has been a manager in different positions, and then until he became President of Finance and Infrastructures. He became President in 2000 of the Italian Trade Agency. Welcome, Mr. Ferro. So here's a question for you. So you have a privileged view on the Italian exports. So what is, in your opinion, the condition of exports in Italy, and what role it can play in the chain? Well, first of all, I would like to greet everyone, and especially Mr. Sirio, and especially those from abroad have reached Turin today for this very important meeting. I apologize for being remotely connected, and I would also like to apologize with the panelists, because I will not be able to follow the entire day. I think this event is happening in a very special moment, because it's very easy to make a statement given the current military situation. So we should say we should look at how Italy and automotive have been able to get out of the pandemic crisis. So we've had 116 billion euros exports, so 7.5% compared to 2019. So automotive, who has suffered more the effect of the 2020 pandemic, which has given a limit also to its capacity, also connected to the availability of some parts in the supply chain, has been performing a bit less. But we've had an increase of 13.8% 10% year over year between 2020 and 2021, which is important. So what is important now is the perspective. And the perspective of Italian exports is very important for automotive, not only in terms of value, but also in terms of positioning of Italy's position on the global supply chain value. Says one information that concerns import and export is that the trade in automotive is approximately 64 billion euros, and half is export, half is import. So it means there's a very important balance, and that export players today can look at Italian partners with trust as partners included in their value chain. So this is very important, especially for an industry like Mr. Giorgetti says, that is looking at a transition, at an evolution that will be an historical one in our in the life of cars. So the recovery plan puts Italy in a very important position from this point of view, and the point of mobility and infrastructures covers 61 billion, and the Italian industry, Piedmont industry in particular, can be at the center of this opportunity. Mr. Cirio has already remembered the centrality of and the importance of Piedmont clusters as regards automotive within the Italian industry. I would like to add one more concept, that is how in the history and success of the European industry, tradition and innovation are always a synergy because they strengthen each other. I believe the industry of automotive is facing a need for starting from strong roots of mechanics and design. We have very, very strong foundations in Italy and in Piedmont with new technologies, autonomous mobility, interconnected infrastructures, and sustainable traction. You know, you are experts, you know these things better than me. And I think Piedmont has in this a very unique history. And making an example, I was together with Mr. Rick 6 weeks ago when we hosted Achievement 4.0 for the industry 4.0 in Turin. Minister, one of these economies of the Gulf is very emerging, and I think what really struck our participants was the fact that we told him that in 1947, in the very same point when he saw a robot moving parts of the line, there was a factory that was manufacturing cars. So this capacity of enabling new technology on traditional way of manufacturing is very important. So those who come to Turin, to VTM, to discuss about the evolution of the industry, they do it in an ecosystem that knows these things, that knows them very well, that knows them for a long time. I see that your agenda is very busy for these 2 days, and I believe that I should stop now, give you the floor, wish you a successful meeting, and I'm very proud that each agency with JAPE and all other players has facilitated and supported this event. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Ferro, for your contribution, which has paved the way to this workshop. Hope to see you very soon. We now have panelists in presence. After President Cirio, we have Fabrizio Ricca, Regional Minister for Internationalization, Safety, Local Police, Sports, Youth Policies, so many delegated powers. But besides being a regional minister, Mr. Ricca is also town councillor, has been councillor for many years, and have gathered an experience in public administration on the field. We have invited him today because of his specific experience in the field of internationalization, a red-hot topic which is going to be the fil rouge also for this meeting. So my question to you, Mr. Ricca, is what should be the role of public institutions as facilitators in promoting analysis and meetings, and how important are VTM meetings at such a difficult time? Good morning. I would like to welcome you all in Turin, in Piedmont. Institutions play a central role, most of all when we talk about the automotive industry. As Mr. Cirio Giorgetti said earlier, automotive is in the DNA of Turin. As Mr. Gallina said, cars were first made in Turin. And we would like, therefore, to support the supply chain of automotive as a whole. We can do that by creating opportunities as this one, where international companies can do business together, exchange ideas, develop new professional skills. The role of institutions needs to support corporate development. I look at industrial producers, which should be enabled to work well so that there will be a benefit for the local communities as a whole. Institutions also need to be keen on financial resources of citizens, of taxpayers. We need to make sure that our citizens are happy. The goal is to have an increasing number of such events. We are proud of organizing the largest automotive business convention, and we also look at the future. We are here in this beautiful location. We are here to support business-to-business meetings and to learn for the future. 2022 is 2024. We will repeat this meeting 2 years down the road, and we want to leverage on the contents, on the lessons learned in this edition, to have an even better meeting 2 years down the road, and to make sure when we start planning to make sure that the Piedmontese supply chain can become increasingly international. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Ricca. The Italian Center for Foreign Trade is a regionally participated company. You have a larger stake as a region together with the Chamber of Commerce and with the university, and the revamping of the Foreign Trade Center, this desire to leverage on these events to give a different perspective to local companies with a beneficial impact at a local level, but also at national level, is a common approach. We are working with the university, with the Chamber of Commerce, and with all the sponsors behind us who deserve an applause. Thank you very much indeed. So, An applause to the regional minister. Let's now move on. We have Marco Gai, president of Confindustria Piedmont, born in Turin in 1976, over 20 years of corporate experience in digital and industrial innovation. He is a chairperson and CEO of Digital Magics, and since July 2020, he's also chairing the Italian Association of Industrialists here in Piedmont, an important entity for local companies. My question to Mr. Gai is the following. In light of the recent meeting with the Stellantis top management, there has been a meeting last Monday here in Turin. How do you see the evolution of mobility at regional level? Good morning. Thank you for inviting me. As already said by other speakers, we have a fil rouge in all the contributions so far. We are talking about a change for mobility and the automotive industry as a whole. It's a time of deep change in transportation, so new approaches to sustainable mobility. As we have said during the recent meeting with a large car maker, which has a well-established tradition here, is for sure a very important factor. It's going to accompany us, and this meeting will therefore guide the debate on future developments. There are three main drivers for the future. The first driver is a new vision of sustainable mobility, mobility as a service, which rests upon two main pillars. Customer centricity first, so consumers lie in the center, and this is a great change for the industry as a whole. New services, new technological solutions, new mobility approaches move in this direction. Second pillar, creation of added value services in production to support the growth of the overall supply chain. It's fair to restate that for Piedmont, this supply chain is part of an international supply chain with new engineering, manufacturing, and technological solutions that are then used, implemented to provide added value to the supply chain. To do that and to have this shift in paradigm, if you just think a few days ago, we were talking about producing more to have happier customers. Today, we talk about manufacturing, providing added value to make customers happy. And to do that, you need skills. You need to develop new skills. Let me just echo my colleagues. We need to have new skills developing from legacy, from know-how. And this cannot be replaced. We have 100,000 companies, component makers. We have skills and know-how to manufacture and export. And this is envied in many countries. So this will allow us to develop new skills. If it is true that sustainable mobility, mobility as a service, customer centricity and product service approach requires engineering, software, technology, startups, which have been mentioned as an engine of evolutionary change, and also open innovation to bring added value to the industry. The second pillar is necessarily the ability of the industry to implement this change. We have a great responsibility to look at the future and be aware of the fact that the ecosystem we are part of, the ecosystem we support to grow, has all the skills and the ability to win the game. Third pillar, since we have the regional minister sitting next to me, we have also heard Mr. Cirio, we have to look at the institutions. If we don't work together, we are going to have a lose-lose situation. So we are ready to tackle the challenge. We have already done it. We have continued to invest. This is a distinctive feature of ours, and I am quite confident that thanks to the present and future opportunities, we will restart even stronger than earlier as automotive and mobility industry in our region. Thanks. Piedmont is also the history of Italian automotive. We shouldn't forget that merging tradition and specialization and the evolution of the last few years. This will allow us to be always in the forefront in this sector, with reference to team working and cooperation with institutions. This is definitely necessary. If we want to stay competitive, if we want to compete with the other players on the market, we have seen what they have done in Emilia-Romagna region with the Motor Valley. Public-private partnerships can really be extremely beneficial. Now we have the next panelist, Vice President of the Industrialist Association of Turin, Mr. Stella, Vice President of ARN since 2012, Chairman of Teseo in Italy, leader of planning and of a testing system and electronic system for airspace automotive. He's also chairing Camerana School and the ITS Foundation, Mechatronic Foundation, member of the startup committee, member of the board of Piedmont, and he has also been involved in the growth and development of the MESAP Innovation Hub, a privileged observatory, considering all of the functions you have to this. To the Vice President, there's a question I would like to ask, considering the many roles, the many functions. The question is whether Turin can be still defined as a car with automotive vocation. Thank you, Stefano. The answer is yes, for two main reasons. We have been talking about skills and ability deriving from the past, and we have said that this cannot be replaced. It's not easily replaced. It's not just like buying machineries where you draw a check and receive the goods. The other fundamental thing which should be kept in mind, as Mario said earlier, is that today entrepreneurs are really brave. They are daring. They continue to fight at a time of great transformation, which is a great opportunity for them. Turin or Italy, I'm saying as Vice President of Federmeccanica, we have an automotive vocation, yes, but the figures have changed a lot. Statistics are clear. The number of light or heavy vehicles, we are talking about both kinds of vehicles. The numbers, the units of vehicles produced are not favorable. But if we turn the page, Italy is still ranking second in terms of components manufactured, because there are brave entrepreneurs who have decided to go global. Competition is not with the Motor Valley. It's a global arena where we confront confront ourselves with the word every day. The Motor Valley is rather an alley on our side. What can I tell you about this specific topic? We need to use a different terminology. As Mr. Ciri and Carlo Ferro said, we are no longer talking about cars. We talk about mobility. If I think of mobility, of the combined effect of light and heavy vehicles, trains, and urban air mobility, the next evolution, we are all talking about that, and few people know that companies selling components, Honeywell, had $0.5 billion orders in stock just for drones for air vehicles. What can Piedmont offer here? It can offer a heritage and infrastructures, most of all here in Turin. I'm thinking of Campovolo, of the flight field. You have a city where you can test autonomous vehicles, digital solutions for these new vehicles, and you can also test air mobility. These are unique assets. Of course, we need to make the right use of them. And we do that as entrepreneurs. And it's reassuring that this desire of taking up the challenge is even stronger after the COVID, after the component shortages. It's very difficult. You have to wait for a new vehicle 8 to 10 months because of the shortage of components and raw materials. Let me just echo Marco. We have a vision arising from this meeting with Stellantis. Turin is still a central hub when it comes to e-vehicles, not only to manufacturing e-vehicles, which means design and technological contents for these new vehicles. And this is definitely a great opportunity we have from software and firmware in autonomous vehicles. Let's talk about batteries. We are all scared by the fact that certain components and materials can only be bought in China. We have seen what has happened with the war in Ukraine. We were obliged to say, I don't receive supplies from Russia or Ukraine to reassure them. In the future, we will have to use these atoms when we have many batteries that can be regenerated in a second life process. It will be a win-win situation. And we therefore have all the requirements we need to win in this challenge. Before closing, let me just tell you that in Piedmont we are well positioned to tackle the two European challenges, i.e., being independent in terms of semiconductor supplies. We are all connected and we need semiconductors. A second challenge is referring to enabling infrastructures, most especially the cloud, because they give us the opportunity to exchange data through infrastructures and to do that pursuant to European rules. And Turin has got a great asset also in that perspective. Thank you very much indeed. We will consider that the events in the last few days have prompted us to reconsider future projects and how we can stay on the global market in the future. This is a lesson we have learned, which will affect the economic development not only of Italy. We have been in the last few years, we had shortages in terms of planning of materials. So this has made us weaker. We need to reconsider our position on the market, starting from automotive. It's just a starting point, but heritage, the tradition, the know-how we have here is something which is probably not present elsewhere. History of car making has started here in Turin, and now with the technical university here in Turin, we have really got a valuable legacy that we need to use to look at the future with more optimism. If I look at the companies exhibiting here, there is another pillar we should mention, the machinery industry. There are also enabling factors in the factories. We could organize a panel about the specific skills we have in Piedmont. This would probably be very reassuring for the future. We need to work really as a team, and this was the reason why we have invited representatives of institutions, because it's extremely difficult if we go alone. Associations can really be very helpful for our companies at local level.
Let's give the floor now to Ms. Bonzino, who's the Deputy Vice President of API Torino, and she represents the family company who manufactures blocking systems. It seems like that he has just introduced our panelist. Then Autoblock started in working with this. They started working with this brand. They have plans, global plans in several countries all over the world, also in India, and they have offices in everyone. They're leaders, they're market leaders, thank you to a lot of investments. She's also the member of the board of directors of API Torino, and Ms. Bronzino, she's member of the board of directors of Matza, working within API. She's also member of board of directors from 2002 to 2017. So the question for you today is, facing with the ecological transformation and the timing which are given to us by the EU Commission, provided they won't be changed in the future, and the new effects of the Stellantis group, what impact small companies look at in the future? And can we slow down a bit, because we have multilingual translation. They are struggling to translate everything. So the times that have been given by the EU are very ambitious. And I must say that as years went by, they are starting to worry me, especially because unforeseen events occurred, like the pandemic, and right now the big crisis of energy and raw materials. As association, we have essentially asked this question to our mobility supply chain to understand what was the situation and the sentiment to this purpose. Well, in some cases, we received sort of worrying answers. In other cases, positive answers. Small medium enterprises are worried because they need to change the way, we need to change the way of considering mobility, and they need large investments. So we will need to work with, along with institutions for supply chain projects that can support companies and help them in this, because everything that happened throughout the years, these companies have exhausted all their resources. But what is surprising here, especially like we were saying before, almost 60% of the companies see the change as in a positive manner, as an opportunity. But the biggest issue is know-how, because 70% of the companies think they don't have the necessary skills within the company, because the technical skills, the technical know-how is very hard to find, it's very hard to understand what kind of skills they should be looking for. So meetings like this one are very, very important, because I have seen many companies, many businesses in many different industries, because a few years ago you would have had just people that produce in the mechanical area, but here we have BI, electronics. So it's very important that companies meet, because sometimes the problem is not just being aware that you're lacking skills, but being aware of which skills you need. 30% of the companies that were interviewed answered to this new challenge by looking for new partnerships. So creating partnerships of companies to be able to work together. And I think the word working together is the key concept for the future, is the key concept that will allow our territory to remain competitive. I think that many of these companies have taken the right steps. They've started to work with our Polytechnic. We are lucky because we have, in terms of research and development, we have excellent resources such as our Polytechnic, because companies can make use of these researches that have been carried out throughout the years, and also as small businesses can use it. So it's very important to work together to release all this knowledge, that also to companies that are members of API Torino, because they're all small and mid-sized enterprises, because that has always been the backbone of our territory. And this is a very interesting challenge, a nice challenge, like everyone says today, but it's very committing, especially from the financial point of view, but also from skills point of view. But working together will allow us to stay competitive, as we've always been, and as we said before, as we've proven that we are able to continue being competitive. Also, as regards parts, that's clearly what our territory sees as a challenge. Thank you. Well, thank you for your contribution. Clearly, small, medium-sized enterprises play a very, very important role, because we often concentrate too much on big industries, on big companies. So it's very important that institutions stay by their sides and support them in such a moment of changes. Let's now give the floor to Mr. Marco Stella, Vice President of ANFIA, who has been working in a leading company of parts for supercars. So Mr. Vice President, my question for you today, in such a moment of transformation, in facing the energy transition, considering the shocks and the impacts that the supply chain has suffered, including the chip crisis and the recent conflict in Ukraine. There are really a lot of problems. So what is the point of view from your observatories? Well, first of all, for having me today, and I would like to salute everyone in here and everyone connected. Well, the question takes us back to look at the deep challenges, the new challenges we've been faced with over the past 2 years. It looks a much longer period. We all have. It's difficult to consider this time frame because it really looks longer. Well, today, rather than making again a list of all the sore points, I would like to bring this to talk about this beautiful event, wonderful event that promotes our supply chain, the Italian supply chain, the Piedmont supply chain, and which has a very, very important part. And I just want to bring this message. Well, first of all, the reaction of our value chain has, over the past years, has proven us one more time that especially the Italian supply chain, composed by many global companies, but also by many small and mid-sized enterprises, have been able to face the consequences of the pandemic, of the manufacturing halts or discontinuance, and also like crises such as the one of the microchips. The automating supply chain is very complex, very interconnected. It has a lot of branches, but there it shows its capacity of managing complexities and new challenges. And another aspect I would like to emphasize is that our supply chain is strong in relations and also under this point of view. And it's made of relationships. Automotive has a number of actors and complexities and countries and territories that are put in contact. They need to collaborate. And
therefore, they need to communicate and to work as a team. It's a typically value which is expressed by it. This transition in relationships between component makers and other players in the supply chain is also redefining distribution of value between sub-supply and production. And to some extent, this is also a hard test for the relationships. But I'm confident a solution is going to be found to that in the future. We were talking about the Russian-Ukraine crisis in Piedmont. We have international automotive excellencies, and this crisis shows that we need to restart thinking about value chains encompassing geopolitical risks. Production stops, shortage of raw materials linked to geopolitical factors will have to be increasingly considered in the future. We cannot take these risks. And let's also talk about the strategic assets and technologies. If the approach is towards electrification, we necessarily need to understand the geopolitical composition of the value chain, and of course we need to draw the appropriate conclusions. The same goes for the energy transition. Our companies are champions of circular economy. They look at the future to become carbon neutral in their factories. So what is going to be the future energy mix by 2040 to make sure we attain these targets? So let me just repeat, this is a time of deep change. We are facing a crucial ecological mobility transition. As citizens, as users, we can see that by looking at our cars. Car makers have been innovating for quite a long time, but now we have a disruption in the field of powertrains. There will be uses of different energy vectors to cope with possible future shocks, also in terms of energy supply. This industry rests upon innovation, and it has always been so. So I think there will be huge impacts. Of course, there will be disruption. There will be collateral developments and factors to be considered, but we also have an opportunity associated with the energy transition, provided we manage it well. And as the other panelists said earlier, we need to approach it as a team all together. Thank you very much indeed. The challenges ahead of us are really great. Also in the next few months, with the implementation of the recovery plan, we will receive financial resources from Europe, from Italy, and from the regions. And public and bodies will receive these resources. We need to make sure that these resources land well. Among these challenges, we would now like to invite Giorgia Garola. I have also been sitting in the board of the Piedmont Agency for Internationalization. She's also CEO of SCAM SRL, an international company set up in 1930, a family business exporting to 70 countries. We are talking about the power generation, oil and gas, industrial facilities, with a thrust towards internationalization. She's dealing with marketing strategy planning for new markets, management and implementation of domestic and foreign markets, identification of needs, feasibility analysis to extend production and find new developments, new applications for the future. My question to you, Mrs. Garola, to close this institutional panel. We have CHAPE, one of the promoters, of the organizers of VTM, and I'm proud to say that because it's not easy to promote initiatives which really foster internationalization of Piedmont and of Italy as a country. If you look at the exhibition stands, they are very encouraging about the future potential of our economy. So this is probably the right venue to talk about what you do, what targets you have, in your agency. We are talking about development of new skills, and I'm asking Mrs. Garola whether she can tell us what she does, most of all for the automotive supply chain. Giorgia. Thanks, Stefano. Good morning. Shape, thanks to teamwork, as you said, with the support of its members and of the Piedmont region, has been providing new business opportunities to SMEs. We accompany small businesses towards international markets and attract investments and investors at a local level, most of in the central supply chains, with an impact on SMEs. 2021, as Mr. Ferro said, has been a crucial year for export and for Piedmont, plus 20% versus 2020, with 50 billion export value. 2021 has still been affected by the pandemic, which has not allowed to organize meetings as VTM. CHIPE has tried for new approaches, for new models to support companies. Despite the pandemic, it has supported over 1,900 local companies with more than 270 activities to promote them and over 290 training days. We haven't addressed that, but we also provide training on the topic of internationalization. Let's now talk about the central topic today. The most important tool CHIPE provides is this integrated supply chain approach with FESR funds, which is fully managed by our agency thanks to an appointment by the region. We have supported 250 sector-specific companies. We are talking about automotive companies and mobility companies, beef, automotive and transportation. Mobility at 360 degrees. We also support truck makers, bus makers, farming vehicle makers, industrial vehicle makers, and we also deal with micro-mobility. We have a full list of activities, 44 beef activities, workshops, webinars, a collective path, a sectoral managerial path, commercial tutoring, tax advice, legal advice, customs duty, market identification, business forums, international business conventions, B2B meetings, webinars on central topics for development of new innovations, battery swaps, supply chain innovation. Sustainability is very important. We have also organized participation in technical meetings like Chassis Tech Plus, Digital Edition, and Hacker. I hope I have pronounced it properly. B2B meetings with automotive meetings, Automotive Digital Week, among the others. And we have done that in a very unfavorable scenario. Let me just talk as an entrepreneur now. An entrepreneur exporting towards 70 countries, receiving services from CHIPE that are extremely useful for companies that want to approach export. This should be a stimulus to all the corporate representatives to turn to CHIPE, which is there to support our companies. It's here with all its team in these 2 days. They have an exhibition stand, and we support companies in growth and export. Thank you very much indeed. An applause to our panelists. They have really deserved it. They have given us a valuable insight. I would like to thank all the team members of the region, the Foreign Trade Agency. They have been working to make this meeting possible. They really deserve an applause. Also, Stefano Nigro deserves an applause. Thank you very much indeed. Without a team, it's really very difficult to move forward. There are great challenges in the next few months and years. We are talking about efficient use of resources, climate neutrality, safe use of resources, and then energy challenges, technological evolution. Many challenges that we need to tackle. France, Germany, the UK, the US are very active. Also, China is really on the edge. Italy, therefore, needs to play a central role and should not be pessimist about the future because we have internal resources. There can be, of course, external factors challenging us at specific time points, but we have got great tradition, a legacy. Tradition and legacy not only of large companies but also of SMEs. This is a good reason to hope. We are here today and would like to give an opportunity to all attendants to deep dive into the topics, to visit the standings and to organize B2B meetings. Thank you very much. Last applause to our panelists. Luca back on stage. We'll introduce the next session.
Yes, of course, you can stay with me because we're live. So let's make place for the people to work on stage. I wanted to ask you this thing about the atom. Incredible to think about something, circular economy. Now, since we are here inside this event and we are talking about hydrogen, electrification, big data, and so on, how do you live your mobility? Do you have a fuel car? Are you a big polluter? Okay, I have made an attempt for improvement. I'm not part of the company, but I have a light emission vehicle. No, I have electric car, sorry, and it's parked here and it's recharging. Now, what is nice about this structure, the OGR was talking about. Today, we can really look at what is really what Piedmont here is, because we have an historical building that has been reverted to an activity condition again after big renovations, and it's really on the edge also as regards the startups that are located here. Clearly, electric is a way for the future. It has to be further studied and developed and incentivized. I always complain about the autonomy of plug-in cars. Clearly, there's less pollution in the city, and this is a big advantage for the air that we breathe, because you know that thin dust is not good for our lungs. But we need to get to solutions. But if we think about the automotive market was a few years ago, so we can realize how the evolution in automotive is absolutely one of the most points, one of the most topics. Thank you. You know that we have a simultaneous translation, and our voices in English are of two ladies. I just wanted to tell you, no, the future is fluid, is gender fluid. Thank you, Stefano, for presenting. Like you see, we have made some space. We start now with a more technical session, so we get into the real scenarios of the world of transportation. So I'm kindly asking you, please, speakers, stay in your 10-15 minutes so we do not exceed the time frame we have organized. The first presentation is Mr. Stefano Capellare, Regional Director for Piedmont, Northern Piedmont, Aosta Valley and Sardinia from Intesa San Paolo Group. Well, I must say, as Intesa San Paolo Innovation Center, to be part of VTM, because automotive is one of the most important sectors of our economy. 106 billion the aggregated turnover, 11% of our manufacturing GDP and 7% of GDP. So one of the most important industrial sectors for our economy. And then if we add to this also the parts supply chain, it's another 2,200 companies, 45 billion turnover, 160,000 people employed. So as São Paulo is committed to promoting growth, and what the factors we believe are essential to be part of the supply chain and to be strategic within the supply chain. So mobility, green and sustainability are essential concepts that cannot be avoided. We want to promote this not only with specific and customized loans, but also to understand which investments are the best, which are the trends that need investments as regards sustainability, because these investments bring the change, and that's why a suitable, a correct financing structure is required. Maybe with a duration of 20 years, which will allow our companies to grow. And these are also funding and loans that have a special rates in order to support the companies in this. And another area is digital. Our companies in the digital and spare parts companies, they have a very large gap compared to their European competitors. Before they talked about clouds. Production, highly digitalized production systems need to stay inside the supply chain. And here, again, we can be consultants to our companies, to our customers, through our external partners, but also through our desk. Here, again, with financial structures that are dedicated with the correct time frame and amounts and facilities that we try to provide to our companies. Another area is not only that of financing and loans. We also have an innovation center. It's our São Paulo Innovation Center is our branch that starts to bring and to be a player in the technological transformation with the activity of matching between startups and companies. Those startups have technology that the companies need, and we have established a new program of TechStart dedicated to mobility. We have 23 startups that we are accelerating, and they have technology that can be useful, that can be needed to, that some companies need to achieve that necessary transformation. A few words on the recovery plan. Automotive companies are entitled to receive many facilities provided by this plan. How to access these facilities, how to access these funds. We have made available a portal to our customers where the company can find all the available grants and loans through the resilience plan. And this is accessible with the support of São Paulo, and through this the company can also reach these funds and these grants. So I believe that having created a tool that simplifies access, I think it's very important. It's a great opportunity for the transformation we have heard mentioned many times this morning. São Paulo wants to be into this sector, wants to promote the growth of our companies, and wants to have an essential role to make our companies increasingly more strategic within this supply chain. So I wish you a successful meeting to all of you. Thank you.
Grazie Stefano, davvero, per questo intervento.
Thank you, Stefano. Thank you, Stefano. So let's move on to the core, and in doing this.
Let me introduce you Dario Duse, Managing Director at Agris Partner, co-leader automotive practice in Europe, MBA at Bocconi University, master degree in mechanical engineer at Politecnico di Milano, 25 years experience. Dario, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Luca. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here today, and thanks for the organization for inviting me and giving me the challenge. Actually, the challenge is to start the session in English first, and two, to introduce you a little bit into the technical discussion. I've seen the program, and it's really exciting. I think you will have a lot of opportunities to discuss further on. So let me try to give you just an introduction. We all know that from a volume perspective, we talk about light vehicles. With 2020, we had been confronted with the end of a very long positive cycle, which was actually starting 2008, 2009. We have reached 94 million vehicles globally in 2018, and then down to 77 in 2020. Now, everyone was wishing to restart a new cycle. This has actually restarted, driven by the growth and the resilience also of the market in China, which, as you can see, might be in the 25, 26 range, around 30 million vehicles. And still with 30 million vehicles with the level of penetration of cars, so number of cars per 1,000 inhabitants, which is roughly half of what we have in Europe and in North America. And this is also one of the reasons why the recovery and the cycle in Europe and in North America we are seeing is much less strong than in China. Actually, the forecast for Europe was for this year to reach 18 million. Unfortunately, the numbers we are seeing on the market for January, February are not that positive. It's year-to-date minus 6% in Europe. Basically, the recovery has been constrained by a number of factors that we all know. Chip shortage, supply chain tensions, with associated availability of materials, components, cost of transportation, and finally the war we are seeing, which is horrible, but is also kind of not really helping the industry in its path. One of the main phenomena in the case means connected, autonomous, shared, and electrified, which are the four macro trends affecting the industry since many years now, is the electrification. On the page, you see the powertrain mix evolution that we see. So by 2030, we expect in Europe to reach roughly 43% of electrified vehicles, whereby by electrified we mean BEV, battery electric, and FEV, plug-in hybrids. And this is obviously not in line with the Fit for 55 regulation that we will discuss briefly later on. The good news is that globally, through our customer survey, we have asked to consumers what is their willingness to buy electric. And as you see on the right part of the graph, actually from 2019 to 2021 October, the willingness for buyers to buy electric as a next car has jumped from 11% to 25% in number of respondents. But if we weight this number by the size of the market, the jump would be to actually 33%, which is a huge news and confirm that the willingness to buy is there. Is there, but not at any price. So the cost and the price of the car still remain one of the key issues. In the page, you see the willingness to pay, so how much the consumers have declared that they are willing to pay to get an electric, in this case, battery electric vehicle. And you see that the percentage on average moves quickly from 11% with a price premium of 25% up to 27% with a price premium and 10%, and 73% with price parity, which means that one of the key aspects to enable the increase of the further increase of the BEVs will obviously be the price, but the elasticity of the demand is such that with just 10% price increase, we might reach almost 1/3 of the market. On the cost side, there is a number of challenges. I will briefly mention the raw materials later on, but the DMC, the direct material cost, is still a challenge. The BEV powertrain has a cost that today is more than twice the cost of the conventional internal combustion engine powertrain. And we do not see the parity of cost for the powertrain electric in 2030 yet, notwithstanding on the one side the decrease of the battery cost, which is of course one of the main components of the cost of a battery electric vehicle, and on the other side the increase of the ICE cost due to the Euro 7 regulation. On the fixed cost side, we all know that one of the key criteria for OEMs and for the industry to be able to be profitable is the number of cars that are produced by platform, right? In this chart by segment, I know it's a little bit detailed. Some of this material will be available online after the event. Still, the key message here is, on the one side, the higher part of the charts, the higher line, is the average number of ICE cars, so cars with internal combustion engine produced. You see, for example, on segment A, from 190,000 going up to 270,000, roughly, cars per platform, and this is due to the rationalization of the ICE that is going on in the industry. In the lower part, you see the similar number for the BEV platforms, and what you really spot out is that the number of vehicles for BEV platforms are by far lower than the ICE ones, except for the E segment. We all know that the innovation comes from the higher segment and then goes down to the lower one, so this should not be a surprise. But this tells us basically that while on the DMC we have a variable cost problem, due to the level of strategic value that OEMs are attributing to the ICE platforms, which means big number of new platforms and new models and associated big investments, we kind of looked at it, and we expect the industry will invest $330 billion in the next 5 years to complete the electrification. But fixed cost, ER&D cost, so development cost, will have to be amortized and absorbed on the volumes of the platform. So this is why, even on the fixed cost side, the BEV poses relevant challenges to the OEMs and to the entire industry. However, as we know, and I will skip some page, as we know, there is the opportunity to be profitable even in the BEV. Tesla showed us that once at scale, with EV rebates, with pricing power that we have, OEMs particularly had in 2020, 2021, and even this year, and fixed cost discipline, being profitable in the BEV is actually possible. Going on the critical aspects, one for sure is the public charging availability. Although this is not expected to be the main mean by which consumers will charge their car, because the first charging point is at home, and then followed by offices, stores, restaurants, etc. Still, almost between 14 and 37% of the consumers we surveyed said that having a decently developed public infrastructure is critical for them in their purchase decision, which means that, to be more explicit, they would consider purchasing a BEV only if a public charging station is available in the market. The electrification is clearly impacting, and I think we will discuss it moving on in details, all the different segments and components. Here you see what we call the heat map, which is basically a high-level decomposition of a vehicle, and with red you see the areas which presents clearly some risks, namely the powertrain, the conventional powertrain, but also some other systems in the vehicle. There are others that have clearly a much more positive outlook, especially when it comes to electrification. Of course, is electrical, electronics, driveline, suspensions, so on and so forth. But this is just to tell that the entire supply chain of the industry will need to evolve and will need to rebalance and find a new equilibrium. One of the key aspects is with the electrification that the boundaries, the traditional boundaries we were considered to look at in the auto industry are changing. For example, when we were used to talk about thermal management, and we have here relevant players in this segment. When it goes to thermal management, which was used to be recovered as far as heat is concerned from the conventional engine, for logical reason, the conventional engine disappears with the electrification, and so the hot generation engine, which implies that the thermal management will need not only to keep the vehicle and the interiors refreshed during the hot season, but will also need to warm it up during winter. And this has a huge impact on the autonomy, on the range of the car. So, for example, thermal management is clearly evolving into power management and in energy management. You see that at -10 degrees, having the heating system in the vehicle means giving up roughly 1/4 of the autonomy. Similarly, at 40 Celsius, so when it's hot and we need to cool down the interiors, the autonomy can be reduced by 22%. So the heating system is becoming and will become a major element in the entire energy management of the vehicle. One of the innovations that everyone is looking at is solid-state batteries. For sure, this will bring increased power density, reduced charging time, new manufacturing processes that in a moment in which everyone is investing on gigafactories might be even a little bit of a concern. But our view is that this technology will not be readily available in the industry between now and the end of the decade. However, I mean, just QuantumScope has raised 1.2 billion to develop this technology. So this could be the next game changer in the electrification. A flash on the autonomous, which is the other part I will touch on for the case. I would say the picture is not that different from the electric, with the difference that autonomous has been postponed and deprioritized during COVID. One of the reasons being that the willingness to pay for consumers is still way lower than the expected cost of the system in 2030. We are at, for a level 4, level 5, we are today around $3,000 in terms of availability to spend. And our view for L4, L5 for 2030 is around $4,000 or $5,000, which means that some parts of the equation still needs to be solved. One other quick flash on the hydrogen. Clearly, hydrogen can be another game changer. Hydrogen technology is indeed another type of electrical technology. With green hydrogen, so if the green hydrogen will be generated with a cost that is affordable for the industry, which is not the case today because the green hydrogen today costs 3 times more than the conventional, if we can call it conventional, black hydrogen or gray hydrogen. If that will happen, clearly the advantage will be huge, and will not be just huge in terms of the tank to wheel, but also on the entire life cycle of the vehicle that you see on this chart. You see on the extreme right the impact and in terms of CO2 emission over the life cycle of the vehicle for a fuel cell vehicle. It's around 54 grams per kilometer. If we compare it with the BEV, assuming again that the energy that is used to charge the battery of the BEV coming from green, which we know is not the case, it's a huge difference. It's 84 for BEV with green energy against 54 for hydrogen. Actually, reality is still very different because with the mix of generation that is not necessarily all renewable, which is where we are today overall, the life cycle emission for a BEV can be estimated at 180 roughly gram per kilometer, which is indeed not that hugely different from a modern Euro 6 gasoline or diesel vehicle. As for the electrification, even for the fuel cell, the entire supply chain, which is pretty complicated and which will imply the entrance of some of the operators which are not today in the transportation industry, the infrastructure will need to be set up, of course. And also, different players might take it as an opportunity to enter in an industry that has big volumes and big investments in it. Our view is that for hydrogen, one of the, I would say, fairly known and certain path will be on trucks, heavy trucks in particular, and long-haul trucks more specifically, which, of course, being designed to transport weight and goods, cannot afford to transport or to devote a vast part of their load capacity to transport their own batteries. So in our view, the first really interesting and visible application for the hydrogen should be toward the end of the decade for long-haul Class 8+ trucks, where hydrogen can be the second propulsion fuel after diesel. Just a quick note, by incident, I would say, in the meanwhile, the entire industry, namely the Tier 1, Tier 2 suppliers, but also the automakers, are facing huge cost increases. So now, without entering too much into the details, but just to say that we have between the pre-crisis, pre-COVID, and the August last year, we had in Europe an average increase which is around $1,200 per car, which is a huge increase, even compared with the pricing power that OEMs have had. And this, what we are seeing these days, is just the beginning. This is probably not, a peak that will go away quickly. It will take time. It will take, redistribution of the value along the supply chain to find a new equilibrium. Key takeaways then from my side, and then I will let you move on in the interesting discussion I'm really looking forward to follow. For sure, the decarbonization is a must. Consumers are ready for adoption, at least for BEVs, as we have seen. The overall context with costs, challenges, technology challenges, the geopolitical situation would suggest, in my view, a careful consideration of the Fit for 55 enforcement, because we have a number of additional challenges beside the technological one that will make the Fit for 55 really enforceable with the time that has been foreseen so far. Solid state, yes, still not a reality. We might see some discussion later on in this event. ADAS and autonomous will also come. A bit of a cost challenge there, but the good news is that basically the technology is there. And then the green hydrogen, which obviously might be the new equation and the final solution of the difficult equation of the decarbonization in the transportation industry. So in the new normal, we will probably have more disruption than we have ever seen. Not 50% of the CEOs we have spoken with said that they are not that confident that companies are doing and really implementing all the actions that are needed to cope with this disruption. So a lot will happen in the future. This is obviously, it has to be seen also as an opportunity, because there is plenty of opportunities in this disruption. And for those of you that will be interested, we will release our 2022 Global Automotive Outlook in a couple of months, so more details to come.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dario. Thank you for your outlook about this moment of the automotive sector industry. Now, let's go deep in the core of this FTV event. Let's listen to someone of the sponsor representative introducing their innovation and strategies. And the first speaker should be online. Let me see if there is the head of global e-mobility of Stellantis, Mrs. Annelise Richard. Oh, bonjour.
Hi, bonjour.
It's not a good idea to let a woman wait for a man, but I'm sorry. We'll try to get better. Mrs. Richard has a Master of Science on Marketing Management, more than 10 years in Peugeot, now at the head of Global E-Mobility Business Unit of Stellantis. The stage, virtually, but not too much, is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. First, I'm very happy to be here, of course, to share with you the strategy on electrification of Stellantis. I think all of you know that Stellantis is a result of the merger 1 year ago between PSA and FCA. And now, 1 year after, we have already established clear foundations, a very clear vision that I will share with you. And you will see clearly on the electrification. And this starts already with the mission of Stellantis. I don't see the screen moving, even though I pressed my button. So this is the digital impact.
Okay, we are live, so it's normal,
yes,
some problems.
I think now I see the screen.
Let's ask for the director of this film. Fantastic, if we can make...
Yes, perfect. So yes,
okay,
I wanted to start just with this screen explaining exactly what is the mission of Stellantis. Clearly, we want to be leading the way that the world moves. So we just saw some of the trends before with Mr. Duz, and you can see we didn't share presentations before. We're in line with the three highlights that I put on the screen today. So of course, electrification for NOAM is very important. The switch to autonomous driving, and of course, some focus on hydrogen fuel cell technology. So clearly at Stellantis, it's not only about tomorrow. Already today, we are very much involved into electrification. We have currently 34 models, either full electric or plug-in hybrids, that are already on the market. And it's just the beginning, because at the beginning of the month, on the 1st of March, we shared the strategic plan of Stellantis that we call Dare Forward 2030, where we announced a very challenging and very ambitious LEV mixes in our cells, being even more ambitious than the market trends. So sorry, I see it takes time to switch. So here you can see, so on the left, the mixes in our cells that we want to do with electric vehicles in Europe, and on the right in North America, 12 are strong regions for us as Stellantis. So 2021 in Europe, 12.8% of our cells were done with electrified model. The idea by 2030 is to achieve 100% of our cells only with full electric vehicles and with more than 60 BEV nameplates. In the US, the trend is a little bit slower, but still very ambitious, way above the market expectations. 3.4 LEV mix last year, and we are targeting 50% of our cells with more than 25% of BEV nameplates. And we were talking about decarbonization, and it's the case also for us. So you can see at the top of the slide our very strong ambition. We want, as a company, us as Stellantis, to be carbon net zero by 2038. So electrification is one mean, but of course we will continue to work on all the aspects of the company to make sure that we meet these targets by 2038. So this is not only about numbers and what we're aiming for 2030. We already last year did a specific EV Day where we presented very strong measures that we want to put in place. And so clearly to go towards those objectives, we want, for example, to invest more than 30 billion, both for electrification and software between 2021 and 2025. So you can see that clearly as an OEM, we are going there very strongly, and we want to go towards those very ambitious objectives. And we confirmed 4 other engagements and commitments that we took. We will be launching dedicated BEV platforms. We saw with Mr. Duz before that this is very important to promote and increase the volume of LEVs that are being sold on the market. We have established strategic partnerships with important partners to make sure that we can have the right supply of batteries. We want to have a full circular economy approach with electrification. And of course, we want to be able to tackle for our customers all the charging solution and the hassle they could have around the charging. So if I focus, for example, on the dedicated BEV platforms, us as Stellantis, so we will have 4 full BEV platforms depending on the size of the vehicle. Our target is to be able to produce up to 2 million vehicles per platform and per year. And so you can see, depending on the segment and the size of the platform, we have different ambition, but clearly the idea for Stellantis is to be a reference OEM on range, on charging time, and on efficiency. So this will help us to address the strategies of our 14 brands, because at Stellantis, we are a constellation of brands, and each of them will have the possibility to keep their DNA through electrification thanks to those 4 platforms. Then we will see, so I was talking about how we secure the battery supply. So we have put in place very strategic partnerships, as I told you. The idea by 2025 is to have 3 gigafactories, both in Europe and North America, and by 2030, a minimum of 5 to be able to supply 400 gigawatt hour for our electrification strategy. We announced also that one of our gigafactory will be established in Italy, which of course you can imagine is the core country for Stellantis. So making sure that we have the right supply in terms of batteries. And then we also want, with this supply of battery, not only to have the life of the battery inside the vehicle, we want to make sure that we have a 360-degree approach around electrification. So of course, we want to be able to produce our batteries. We want them to be as long as possible inside the vehicle. So to push the batteries inside the vehicle as long as possible. That's the first aim, clearly. The second one is to make sure that as long as it's not usable anymore inside a vehicle, that we find opportunities for what we call second life of batteries. So batteries can be used as, for example, stationary storage, which can be very helpful for renewable energies storage, for example. So we are targeting to have a specific use of batteries after the life inside the vehicles. And after they are finished their second life, we want to make sure that we recycle them and that we close the loop, being able to extract some materials that can be reused again for the production of batteries. And when I was saying also that our strategy is to make sure that the battery stays as long as possible inside the vehicle, for that we have different strategies as Stellantis. First, we want to be able to repair batteries, so clearly to have a longer life. We have specific remanufacturing center. For example, one which is in Rüsselsheim in Germany, which is a dedicated battery expertise center. So clearly establishing little by little repair center and reman centers across the world to be able to be very close to where we sell our electrified vehicles. And then I was talking about charging solutions. Mr. Duz reminded that for sure. We need to make sure that customers who buy electrified vehicles are able to charge them. So as Stellantis, we want to be able to offer charging solutions to all our customers, being B2B customers, B2C customers. We want to be able to provide them charging solutions at home, at the office, or outside of home, so in public charging. We want to be able, at one point, also to provide energy contracts and in the best possible manner. So, for example, in 1 monthly rental for all our customers, where they could have just for 1 monthly payment, the possibility to charge both at home and outside of home. So clearly, this is a strong point because we really need to reassure customers as much as possible that charging is easy. You don't need specifically to go to a gas station anymore. You can do it at home. And so we help customers to install, for example, a wall box at home, or to have the right application on their smartphone to interact with their car, or to identify the nearest public charging station. And we will see later on, we also are working on the expansion of the public charging network to try and lower the hassle of customers charging outside of home. So this is something that we have launched in Europe, and the idea is to launch it in the coming months to the Americas, where we have, of course, a very strong ambition, both North America and South America. So I'm in charge specifically inside of Stellantis of the e-mobility business unit. So why an e-mobility business unit? Because clearly you have seen we have very strong objective. The whole company is working towards electrification. But the aim of my team and I is really to make sure that we have a large number of customers being able to adopt electrified mobility. And first, it's not only about buying a vehicle, it's also about the ecosystem around, understanding how you need to charge your car, what type of energy contract, how you can find a public charging station. And so the aim of the team is really to make sure that we identify the right solutions so that everyone can switch to electrified mobility. And clearly inside the e-mobility business unit, but same as for Stellantis, we always have a customer-centric approach. We want to make sure that we address customer expectations in all the products and the services that we launch, keeping still the DNA of our 14 brands inside the group very specific, but making sure, as I said, that a larger public is able to adopt electrification and to make it affordable. We announced, for example, in the EV Day that we see the affordability of electrified vehicles by 2026, and this is really our objective as a company. Now I will focus on 4 examples of things that we have been doing as the e-mobility business unit to try to address all the questions around electrification. And I will start with the Drosso project, which is a vehicle-to-grid pilot project in Italy, next to the Mirafiori plant. So here we have a dedicated area that was first a proof of concept, but now that is going in a larger scale. The idea is to have up to 560 electric vehicles that can be connected to the grid, and they will be connected bidirectionally. The idea being, of course, they can be charged, but they can also deliver some energy back to the grid. And so this is very important for us because we want to explain that electric vehicles are not only a constraint for the grid, they can be also an opportunity. It can help store renewable energies and to give back some energy to the grid and make sure that it is stabilized. So this is a project that we have already made the first step. And so really this is how we switch from constraint to opportunity and how electric vehicles now integrate themselves perfectly inside the electrical environment and setting. And also for customers, we want them to understand that it can also be a source of profits, a source of revenue, making sure that your vehicle is available for the stabilization of the energy grid. So this is a very important project for us inside the business units. The second example, I was touching on that, is the Atlant project. So we have seen that, for example, in the south of Europe, public charging stations were not so much implemented. So what we have seen is that thanks to this Atlant network, we want to build the largest southern European fast charging network. So we're talking about more than 100 kilowatt charging stations in Italy, France, Spain, and Portugal. Those charging stations will be DC, will be integrated to the grid with energy storage, with solar power, and also contributing, as I explained in the Drosso project just before, to the grid services of those 4 countries. You can see we have very strong objectives by 2030, the idea being to identify 9,000 locations for our customers and more than 35,000 fast chargers. In this charging network, we would have specific conditions for Stellantis customers for sure. But you can see that the idea really was to be able to push in countries and to make sure that the density and capillarity of the charging network increases and that we answer to customer expectations on public charging. A third example is, okay, how could I try and find a solution for customers to charge without them having the car being parked or without them knowing it? And so we have currently a proof of concept at the Arena del Futuro, always in Italy, which is a collaborative innovation project. It's a 1 kilometer asphalt ring, which is powered by electrical power. And the idea is to test how the car can be charged while driving. So both in static, but more importantly, as in a dynamic environment. So the tests have started, and I'm sure we will have a very promising results to share with you. But this is the kind of innovation charging solutions that we try to understand and see if it could be implemented, always to make sure that we make it easy for customers and notably on the charging aspect. And the last example, plug-in hybrid vehicles, we think are a very interesting technology and that we should push as much as possible. And for example, we have made a specific test also in the city of Turin about geofencing. What is geofencing? It's the possibility for a plug-in hybrid vehicle to be switched automatically in electric mode when the vehicle enters the city. So the idea is when city centers are closing their doors more in the coming years to ICE vehicles, we think that plug-in hybrid vehicles can be a solution to enter city center. And so we have been working with the city of Turin to see how the vehicle can be detected, that it is entering inside a low emission zone, and that is switched directly to the electric mode of the vehicle. So therefore promoting the fact that, yes, a plug-in hybrid vehicle, the interest is to be driving in full electric mode. So those were 4 examples of things that we have been doing in the mobility business unit. We will have other projects that we will continue to share with all the stakeholders and customers. And I will just finish with this one slide, which is how at Stellantis, clearly we are facing this new evolution of the automotive market. So clearly, the idea is not to be only a car maker. We want to switch to being a mobility tech company. So we understand that it is not only about cars, but about mobility. And also, I told you that we invest very strongly on software because we think that most of the value can be brought to customer also via this technology and all the interaction with the car. So always having the customer at the center of our thoughts, of our suggestions, making sure that we understand that it's not a car anymore, but it's a car services and a link to the ecosystem, and it's even more sure with an electric vehicle. And it's not only about producing a vehicle and not following it anymore, having this circular approach, this carbon neutral approach until the end of the cycle and the end of life of the vehicle. So this is what really just to finish on how we see and what's the objectives we set ourselves as Stellantis, really targeting to be this mobility tech company.
Thank you. Applause. I'm very happy you told about a fast charging program because this is a very need at the moment. And I would like just to add a number. The Fiat 500, the electric one Fiat 500, is the 3rd electric car sold in Europe for numbers after 2 Teslas. So the first European manufacturer in Europe. So this is a beginning, let's say, for the future of electrification in Stellantis. Thanks again, Mrs. Annelise Richard. Thank you. Now let me introduce another speaker, Mr. Pierpaolo Antonioli, CEO and board chairman of Punch Torino. Good morning. He leads the future product portfolio management and developments, exploiting synergies and opportunities across the entities of the Punch Group. Thanks.
Thank you. Grazie. Buongiorno. Good morning. And today, the focus of my presentation will be mainly on transition, so managing the energy transition. But before I start, let me just make a comment. What I really like about the name of this conference is VTM, that means Vehicle and Transportation Meeting. So it means that we are not talking about passenger car, we are really talking about the world of the transportation. And we see that the transition that we are now facing and managing is hitting in a very transversal way all the different sectors of the transportation. And also we understand that one size doesn't fit all. And so we have a lot of transversal influence between one solution that we select for a sector to the other sectors and vice versa. Transition is a very simple word that means changing from one condition to another. But we also see that we are facing tons of transition all together. We are talking about the digital transition, green transition, energy transition, and all the implications that are touching with the financial and with the industrial transition. But transition is really part of our history, because when we started some millions of years ago, with the age of fire, we had the first energy transition. We were using fire to cook. Then we came more recently to the first industrial revolution. That was also an energy transition, because we were using coal in order to generate the energy. And it's also interesting to remember that the first vehicle was an electrical vehicle at the end of the 18th century, and that the first windmill were used to generate also electricity. So also the technology that we are now discussing today in order to manage the today transition is something that was invented some century ago. What we should also remember is that each transition has different impacts. And first of all, one of the biggest impacts is for sure the social impact. Because a transition is hitting the jobs, is changing the culture, is also creating new opportunities, but also changing the way in which we are approaching our standard work. And we have a trade-off. We need also to talk about ethics. I will not bring you the example of autonomous drive that needs to decide what kind of obstacle it needs to avoid, and it will decide if hitting one person or another person. And this is just demanded, for example, to achieve some artificial intelligence level of decision. So really, all these kind of transitions are bringing a lot of impact. Even the transitions that today we really like and love, and for sure I like and love the digital transition, because the transition is bringing a lot of money, more than 3.6 trillion of increase in the GDP by 2030. We are creating new jobs, very interesting jobs, but at the same time, we are also impacting the existing labor market, because we'll have a lot of people that will not have the right skill to fit the new jobs. And at the same time, even very interesting tools like the smart working, that is allowing us to work very well through the COVID, are also creating a lot of side effects. These side effects are isolation of the people, lack of commitment, also slower knowledge transfer. In fact, we are creating new jobs, and we have bringing a lot of psychologists, people in the market in order to support the people. This means that really each transition needs to be managed very, very carefully. Now, coming to the current transition, that is the decarbonization and the energy transition, probably we need to ask to ourselves a lot of questions. For sure, there are lights and shadows. And we need also to think, first question, if we have the right technology in place, if we have the right competence in place, and also if we are not disrupting the competencies and the supplier chain that we currently have, that we are using, that are part of our history. We need also really to think about all the financial impacts, because it's easy to say that introducing new technology like the battery will create jobs, there will be development, but at the same time, we need also to think what will remain with the existing supplier chain. And if it is correct that we are not using the opportunity instead of revalue this supplier chain, because it still have a lot of potential, especially when we talk about transportation and not just about automotive. Also, we need to pay a lot of attention in order not to create financial speculation like the one that was created more than 10 years ago when there was the housing bubble. And I believe that everybody remembers very well the Lehman Brothers issue that and crack. So, the transition in general is also bringing a lot of contradictions. Things only just 10, 20 years, everybody said that nuclear plants should be shut off because of the impact on ecology, on the environment. Now we are saying that we want to decarbonize, that we want to be green, that we need energy, but probably we don't have enough energy, and probably it will be better to have some nuclear plants again. I believe that this was just 20 years ago, or even less in some cases. But at the same time, another contradiction that we have, just a few years ago we are talking about globalization. We said globalization is nice because we can create economy of scale, we can have a supplier in the East countries, in Asia, the price will go down, the cost will go down, so we can have a better margin. And now we are considering all the issues of geopolitical trades that we have, and we are seeing every day. And now we are starting to think that probably the best solution will be to have a reshoring of our companies. So I mean, it's interesting how we are changing mindset based on all the issues that we are facing and that we are discovering because we didn't take in account since the beginning the side effects of our strategy. Europe, for sure, is working in order to support this transition, and they also created a specific fund for the transition inside the Next Generation Europe, that is the Just Transition mechanism, that is really founding the strategy of the transition. We should ask to ourselves if these tools that we have available are really enough in order to allow us really to speed up the transition, to really find the right solution, and also to take into account the right effects. We, as Punch, are really investing in managing a transition that is sustainable, and I will present in the next slides. But everything really starts from one statement, that in order to have a transition that is sustainable, is manageable, we need to have an approach that is technological neutral. Technological neutral means that the governments, European, Italian, should set goals and should set also a budget. And then to let to the industry to select the solution that is really sustainable, because also the industry can really understand what are all the side impacts of a decision. So let's come really to the focus of my presentation, that is the strategy of Punch in order to support a sustainable transition. For sure, we are starting from the European Green Deal, because this is the target. The target is really, by 2050, to reduce 90% of the CO2 emission, or the greenhouse gas emission. And I believe that everybody agrees on this target. But then let's have a focus about who is generating the CO2 today. And then we came to my first statement, that is important to look to the transportation and not just to the automotive. The transportation is responsible for 24% of the emission of CO2. And if we look to just the automotive, the passenger car, out of this 24%, the passenger car just represented the 40%. The 60% of this 24 is driven by industrial, so means trucks, buses, trains, airplanes, boats, genset, off-road. So when we need to select a solution, we need to think that we don't need just to address the automotive and driving the complete supply chain toward a solution that is specific for the automotive, but we need to consider that we need also to sustain another branch of the industry that has a very, very important weight, not only from a market and business perspective, but also from an impact on the CO2. And this is quite important. Then another point is that if I look today to the current new registration by fuel, and if I just focus on the industrial sector, again represented by commercial vehicles, trucks, and so on, today more than 95–96% of those vehicles are driven and are fueled by diesel and in some cases by gasoline. So when we talk about transition, about this, it's something that is not so simple to be managed, also because these are all transportation vehicles where the technology is hard to change and probably today doesn't yet exist, or at least exists, but is not the battery electrical that could sustain this kind of transition. Let me end this kind of, let me say, understanding probably is also starting to pop up in the mind of some of our government people, because we see that also in Germany, that really started just thinking about the solution is one, are starting to think that probably to keep internal combustion engine probably is not so bad, or at least to keep internal combustion engines that will use not the diesel, not the gasoline, but synthetic fuel and also hydrogen. This is a big change in mindset, because for the first time, after a couple of years, we are starting to talk about the fact that an internal combustion engine can be clean like a battery electric vehicle, simply using a fuel that is not diesel, is not gasoline, but is carbon-free, like, for example, hydrogen or some of the synthetic fuel. It's also important to think what represent the automotive and transportation in terms of technology, R&D in our world. Just consider that just in Italy, then you can scale in Europe, the R&D investment in automotive are covering more than 1.6 billion euro, and you see also the level of employment. When we will move, and also consider this ratio. Today, in order to produce an internal combustion engine running diesel, we need 10 people. Tomorrow, to produce one electrical vehicle, we need 1 person. So there is a ratio 1 to 10. But it's not just that, so the impact on the employment. It's also the fact that today, for a modern diesel engine or gasoline engine, internal combustion engine, we have more than 1,000 components and parts and suppliers. In electrical vehicle, we have some 100. And out of these 100, most of them are not developed, so with R&D, are not produced here in Europe or in Italy, but they are coming from the East country. So again, we have a big geopolitical issue, if we just think about that. And then, last but not least, a very important comment. One supplier that is producing a piston for a passenger car vehicle is also producing the same piston for a truck, for a boat, and also for a train. If we put our supplier in a position in which they will not be able anymore to produce pistons, just to take an example, we are not only addressing a creative big issue on the passenger car that have a solution, that is the battery, but we are creating an enormous and tremendous issue in all the other sectors, where instead those components will still be used in future, and that could be converted really to use those fuels that are the synthetic fuel and hydrogen as a main source of energy. Our target is really to make an internal combustion engine that we have currently converted to hydrogen at the same price level of the today engine. So I mean, what we saw and what we are trying to do as part of our strategy, that today I can take an existing engine, I will convert into hydrogen, and the overall cost will remain the same. So means that I can not only leverage what exists, our complex supply chain, but I will not introduce additional cost that could hit us as an owner, as a customer. Something that today, we saw also from the previous chart, is a little bit different when we talk about batteries, especially for sectors that are industrial sectors, sectors that are off-road, sectors that represent train, airplanes, and boats. So our strategy really starts to leverage our heritage. In Europe, and especially in Italy, we have a tremendous heritage and we have an industrial leadership. So we created competencies in the mechanics, mechatronics, and we should think twice before we simply throw this competency in a basket. And instead we have a great opportunity to reuse them. Then we need to have a model of business that is sustainable. This doesn't mean to put batteries against the internal combustion engine, because the two solutions will be perfectly complementary. We can use batteries for passenger cars. We will use internal combustion engine for all the other sectors. And then I will also talk about what kind of solution we have. Then we also need to have a solution and a strategy that is not bringing compromise. Recharging time, infrastructures, when we can create different infrastructure models that can perfectly fit the different sectors. For example, for the public transportation, it will be easier, or be, for example, easier to create dedicated hubs, for example, for the hydrogen, much more simple than create fuel pumps of hydrogen distributed around the territory, no? So this means that we should focus on an energy ecosystem, where the strategy is really to create this ecosystem that is putting together different sources of energy, all together, dedicated to the different sector, making each sector really profitable and sustainable. At the end, this means really to leverage a technology neutrality. This is also a concept that I was bringing to the automotive table in Rome with different ministers, including Minister Giorgetti, because only the technology neutrality can really support the current economy and the industry that we currently have, because we need to remember that we currently have this industry. So, if I look to the transition in our strategy, so the Punch strategy is really to continue to work on the internal combustion engines, simply using the existing combustion engine, adapting them to work with synthetic fuel and hydrogen. This will allow also to convert what already exists. In fact, we have a plan of a reconversion. You can imagine a train. The cost of an engine for a train are really several 10,000 euro, it's not 1,000, 2,000 euro, the cost of an engine. And you can imagine that trains have 1,000 of this engine. What you will do? You will simply scrap, or will be better that we have a solution to reconvert them, or already the existing one. Then we can develop new engines that will be efficient for the use of the hydrogen with direct injection, and in combination with some level of electrification. So as Punch Group, we are working on hybrids combined together with the internal combustion engine powertrain. You see also the sector. The sector is the sector of the transportation, is the sector of the train, is the sector of the marine, is the sector of industrial. I'm not thinking today to have a 500 with hydrogen, this is clear. But the portfolio that we have in the area of the transportation is so large that we really need to use this incredible opportunity that we have. Internal combustion engine is not the only solution, because we are also developing in parallel fuel cell. The fuel cell for us is the next level of battery. So today we have the battery. Tomorrow, in our vision, there are the fuel cell. Why? Because the fuel cells are addressing some of the pain points of the batteries. For sure, we'll start within certain sectors. We are working in order to reduce the cost of the fuel cell, but this will be combined with electrical engine. So also in this case, I can reuse the electrical engines that in the meantime someone is developing. So today, the Punch Group is not focusing on battery, because there are already too many players working on batteries and electrical motors, but we are really focusing on the next generation. So what does it mean to find then, in some years, an alternative to the weight of the batteries, and also to provide to our customer a system that is more efficient, that will reduce the recharging time, hydrogen. I am refilling simply like I am refilling with a CNG vehicle. And this is really part of the strategy. What is important for the Punch Group is that we put the complete technical development of hydrogen, internal combustion engines, and fuel cell here in Italy. So this is really a big investment that we are doing. We are just 100 meters from the OGR. And if someone of you would like to come and visit us, please come, because I will show you real engines and real vehicles running using hydrogen. But this is the last frontier? No, this is not the last frontier, because while I am talking, I also discovered that I have several colleagues that are working in the application of hydrogen sector where some time ago I was even not thinking. If you look to Kawasaki, they are announcing that they are working on hydrogen for motorcycle. I am personally working on Castagnola boat. Very soon we'll have the first boat moved with an internal combustion engine using hydrogen. But Airbus announced that they will present very soon the first airplane where that will be moved using hydrogen. So it means while we are talking about trucks, someone is already talking about motorcycles, is talking about airplanes. And this means that this kind of technology is real, is not a joke, and probably will be something that will make this transition really sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Antonioli, for your speech. Very interesting. I'm waiting for this aircraft concept, because it should be very interesting. Now, let me invite to the stage Mr. Camilo Matza, General Manager and Senior Vice President Sales for Bosch Business Sector Mobility Solutions. Please.
Thank you very much. It's really a pleasure to be here again talking about the future of mobility and being in presence. So excellent, thanks again for the invitation. So you know very well what Bosch is doing. Bosch mobility sector is one of the most important supplier in the automotive business. So we are, of course, global base in contact with all our customers. Therefore, we have an idea, even if we don't produce cars. We have an idea about the future of mobility. And today I will give you some hints about our understanding, and also about the technologies on which Bosch is investing, because we believe this will be important for the future. So let's start, but let's start with some mega trends which is coming outside of the mobility, but which will influence our business today and in the future. Starting with the topic of Internet of Things, where we clearly see the fact that more and more devices are being connected, not only the cars. Today, all the cars which are sold are already connected to the cloud, but also millions and millions of devices, private households, and consumer goods are and will be more and more connected to the cloud and to the Internet of Things. Let's think about urbanization and the fact that population is increasing. So urbanization, around 60% of people are living in cities or mega cities, and the population will increase until 2050 up to 10 billion people. So this is, of course, something which will impact also on the mobility and the solutions the industry shall bring in the market. Last but not least, definitely not least, the climate and the energy. So we have also heard the last interventions. Here it's very, very clear that the CO2 neutrality and the reduction of pollutant emissions is a clear task for all of us, and including the mobility companies as we are. So definitely these are the trends we see which influence our business. And here we come to the trends, the acronym we have identified for the automotive business in the future, which is PACE. I don't think it's new for you. Personalized, automated connected and automated. But we have added, of course, an S at the beginning. This is something new, which is a trend we are seeing right now, because the software-defined vehicle will clearly be one element on which also the OEMs will distinguish their product to the other. So here we think that the software development and support to the OEMs will change in the future, and also the supplier base shall think about the split between hardware and software. I think this is an important element on which we as Bosch we are investing, and I think and we think that this will be important also for the rest of the automotive industry. I will enter into a couple of fields of this space which I just presented. Let's start with the topic of connected and personalized. Somebody is telling that the future of the vehicles will be a smartphone on wheels. We still believe that a vehicle is much more than this, but it's very clear that the seamless, the optimal connection between the vehicle and your personal smartphone, which you take along the whole day, will be a very important decision maker and argument for the consumer and user and the vehicle buyer, not only in the future, but already today. So very, very important, the element of connected, the interchange of data between the vehicle and the cloud will be very important for the OEMs and for the other supplier to provide, to grant additional services to the final user. And also, this is another trend which we see, also the fact that over the connection of the car to the Internet of Things, it will be possible also to upgrade the vehicle in the future after the production with new features which a customer can choose, pay, and have on his car. Another example of this connection between vehicle and cloud is a technology on which we are investing a lot, is the battery in the cloud. We have understood how important is the battery for a battery electric vehicle. We have understood how important is it the cost weight of the weight of the battery on a vehicle, and we have developed a system so that the battery is continuously connected to the cloud, and our algorithm will help the final user to avoid misuse of the battery, to avoid deterioration of the battery, to improve the charging strategy of the battery, so that the lifetime, not only the range day by day, but also the lifetime of the battery will be longer. It means the value of the battery, if we think about the second life battery we have heard already today, this topic, the rest value of the battery will be higher because the health of the battery is better. So we are also providing via this technology a battery certificate which will grant to the final user the value and the state of health of the battery through this battery in the cloud continuous monitoring. So this is a very, very clear and important element, as we saw also in the previous meetings and the presentation. The electrification is clearly today a factor and will continue increasing also in the future, in the next future. So we clearly see the fact and the importance on investing on technologies which control and give services into the battery electric vehicles. But as we have heard today, the transition from the combustion engine, traditional powertrain, and the electrification is very critical. Pierpaolo presented very good the different opportunities which are already available to further use the combustion engines in a transition phase or even on a longer and a sustainable way in the future. And I just want to mention the fact that Bosch believes also in this kind of technology neutrality of the transition. We still invest on Euro 7, and we still support the development of engines powered by hydrogen and powered by synthetic fuels which are CO2 neutral. Of course, we have invested a lot also in the electrification. In the last years, we have invested billions of euros to develop a complete product portfolio in this direction. So we are prepared, and of course, we are supporting all technologies, including battery electric vehicles. And as we think about electrification, BEV is not the only solution. As Pierpaolo Antonioli just presented, also the fuel cell is a very important technology to be developed. Yes, also for passenger car, but mainly we see a very, very important chance to have success on commercial vehicles and long haul due to the fact that this technology can grant longer ranges and quick charging time. And we think that besides the traditional combustion engines for the transportation and good transportation, the fuel cell will be a technology which is key and important to be developed, and there we are investing a lot, and we have a complete development of systems for the fuel cells. Last but not least, let me talk about semiconductors, and it's clearly not my intention to speak about the supply chain and the issue we are having right now with the shortage. Not at all, but if you think about how important is a semiconductor, a silicon carbide we have developed for a BEV, which is granting 6% higher efficiency, you understand that this is only one example of how important is the understanding of this technology for the industry. And we are investing on semiconductor for specific technology which are key to have the best product on the market. We expect the same also for our supplier, but what we see is the fact that also the OEMs are thinking about developing themselves the semiconductor technology. So this is my last message. From the big components and system on vehicles down to the small semiconductor component, we have a great change in the mobility sector, and this is something the OEMs, the supplier, and all the people who are working in this field and the transportation field needs to think about, invest, and make the right decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Matza, for your speech. And now let me invite on the stage Mr. Maxime Framont, Chief Technology Officer at 5G AA. Please, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the introduction. I'm very glad to be here, and I'm here to represent the telecommunication or the connectivity of the vehicles, and I will give you a little bit of insight on what 5G is about and why does that change a lot of things for the automotive market. So first of all, what was important a few years ago is to bring, when 5G came, to bring telecommunication industry and automotive together. We wanted to understand, the TEDCO wanted to understand what were the needs from the automotive sector, and bring that into the standardization process within the big standardization organizations such as 3GPP, who are defining the 4G, 5G standards. And so while doing this, we also understood that these two different kind of experts from automotive and from telco had really a challenge to understand each other. You know, if one would say a network, one would understand road network, the other one would understand IT network. The same for issues like collision or congestion. Every time we have two experts, really experts in their fields, they talk to each other, and they talk for 5 minutes together, and they don't understand what that one talks about a network, a collision, a congestion from a traffic point of view, and the other one from a telco point of view. So it's fascinating to work with these people in an association such as the 5G Automotive Association. The 5G Automotive Association was created 5 years ago, so it's a relatively young association. From 8 members, we went up to 120 plus members, putting ourselves at a global scale really as the representative of what connectivity should be and will be for the automotive market. I can perhaps mention very quickly that we have 13 of the largest vehicle manufacturers, and obviously Stellantis is one of the major contributors. We have 9 of the top 10 MNOs, and Telecom Italia is a part of also the very active members, and 3 of the top smartphone vendors, and you can guess who they are. So at the board level, Stellantis is present and really giving a lot of insight on what needs to be done and what are the requirements for the different kind of use cases, all the way to automotive aspects. Under these, we are creating quite an extensive and comprehensive framework, putting together the experts in different working groups taking care of use cases, taking care of technology, standards, proof of concept and demonstrations together with innovative architectures, and then going deeper into issues related to regulations at different regional level, go-to-market issues, as well as safety and security, privacy aspects in one of the last working group that was created. We are present almost everywhere in the world with regional clusters, and so US, Europe, China, Korea, Japan, and Australia. We have specific clusters with the members that are active at the local level. So what we stand for is a specific twofold kind of complementary mode of communication. So on one side, we have the connectivity to the mobile network communication that most of us enjoy every day, and that most of the vehicles are going to have within a couple of years in their series productions. Now, this allows connectivity at a large scale on most of the roads. And if 5G is not present, there is always a fallback on the 4G LTE network. So 4G or 5G is not replacing what 4G is doing. It's actually enhancing it in a way. Now, the second mode of communication that is very important for the vehicle and automotive manufacturers is the direct communication. And the direct communication is all about connecting directly from in a peer-to-peer fashion the vehicles, the pedestrians, but also the infrastructure. And this, over the last 20 years, was I think the focus of the automotive industry, whereas things have been shifting a little bit more towards the mobile network in terms of interest over the last 5 years, when we saw the emergence of the 5G verticals for automotive. Now, the direct communication is definitely not left over, but what I'm going to focus on in this presentation is the potential of the 5G network using the mobile network. So just to set a basis of what can 5G do for you is this triangle. And many of you may have seen this triangle. It's bringing three different, very different kind of profiles for radio into one single solution. We can have enhanced mobile broadband, so experiencing 10 times faster throughput. We can have massive machine communication, where we end up with having many, a kind of very, very large IoT network. And then eventually the one that is very interesting for some of the applications going towards automation is the ultra-reliable low-latency communication, where you can really have high reliability of the connectivity with very low latency. Now, I would like to try to demystify this, because this is not always clear for the people. A single radio, a single 5G radio can, if it asks for it, it can require different profiles. And it can ask, for example, for very high throughput, or it can ask for a very low latency. Now, you're not going to get both of them at the same time, but you can ask for it. And so when this is asked for, you can run different services with different profiles, and the resources are allocated to you such that you get a guaranteed quality of service for your different profiles. So in terms of the perspective of the OEMs, they are relatively simple. They take this triangle, they see where they would like to position their use cases, and very simply, they just look at entertainment, all the way to virtual reality or things that are really deep experience in terms of entertainment, infotainment with augmented reality also for the driver sometimes. Then shifting towards safety, where we start to require lower latency and higher reliability of the communication, all the way to automated driving. So this is the view that was promoted a few years ago by BMW, but similar views are promoted by other vehicle manufacturers, and I give another example from Audi, who basically see 5G as just yet another technology for connecting their cars. They see, can this connectivity do what I'm doing today but better? Can I just do things more things with it? And then finally, am I safe in the long term? So am I in a 10-year perspective in the right way, so that I don't end up with a technology dead end? And 5G is actually ticking all these boxes, thanks to the fact that 5G was really built, or there was a specific track during the standardization for the automotive vertical. It is actually ticking many of the boxes that the vehicle manufacturers are requiring, and some of them are listed here. Network coverage, complementary to 5G, 4G, uplink, downlink in terms of data throughput, latency, quality of service, and guaranteed quality of service that is often required for some of the use cases, new functionality, and then at the bottom here we have the ad hoc networks, this peer-to-peer connectivity that I was mentioning earlier, but I'm not going to focus on that right now. So this slide, you may have seen something very similar in the middle there. There is a car, and often we see safety as threefold. One which is we're trying to avoid the risk. Another one we try to mitigate the risk, and then finally we avoid the collision. And that slide, I think that over the last 20 years I have seen different versions of that. What is interesting is that for many years we were thinking that the mobile network would inform. Basically, it would inform the driver about traffic jams or things like that. Then after that, the short-range communication, that means that this direct communication would start warning the drivers. And then finally, the sensors, the onboard sensors, would do the actuations in the car made on the basis of very, very stringent detections. What happened over the years is that the borders between these different action warning and information warning has actually moved quite much, because on one side, the sensors have improved dramatically, and they are much cheaper than 10, 15 years ago. And on the right side, the information has become so, and the mobile network has become so so powerful that it can start addressing safety-critical situations. And I will illustrate this with a very simple slippery warning or hazard preview assistant of BMW. Basically, we have the sensors. They are not long enough and they are not perhaps good enough in order to detect a slippery situation. Then there is a vehicle in front that is detecting a slippery situation. Perhaps it's not a BMW, perhaps it's a Mazda, so perhaps it's different kind of slippery criteria, but let alone it detects something. So 10 years ago, the whole industry was thinking that the vehicle in front would inform the other vehicle via direct communication. So it would transmit some information, but what happened with the arrival of LTE, 4G, LTE, and now 5G, is that instead of actually sending it directly to the vehicle with all what it entails in terms of normalization of the information between different brands, what eventually ends up is that the information is actually brought to the attention of a location platform. That's how BMW calls it, and integrated into different other data, such as digital maps, but also some artificial intelligence related to understanding how the vehicle moves and detects a slippery road. And when when the data is actually confirmed, only the warning can be then re-injected to the relevant participants on the road. And that has been a very big change between what we were thinking 10 years ago, where we were just exchanging data, and now getting much, much more use of the cloud platforms that are around. Same with other brands, and I'm showing here since 2016 the other kind of road warnings that are being transmitted by the Mercedes E-Class, and now since 2016 it has been brought to all the other vehicles having a navigation platform. Now, the challenge over the last perhaps 1 year, 2 years was the silo issue. So making sure that if an event is detected from one brand, is to make sure that this event is actually being retransmitted to all other brands. And that's especially true for safety-relevant traffic information. These safety-relevant traffic information are then commonalized, so basically shared among all different brands. This is not yet completely true in every part of the world, but there are a lot of progresses to have cross-brand interoperability in this respect. Now, over the last 2 years, we have seen all vehicle manufacturers starting to detect and starting to warn about many different aspects. So Ford with the traffic jams that I talked about, road closures, accidents, Bosch with wrong way driver warnings. This was believed to be one of the V2I, V2V aspects, but that's brought to now many millions of vehicles in Skoda, but also in handheld devices. Slippery roads with, I think it was Audi and Volvo, and then on with other pothole detections, etc. But the last one on the bottom is a little bit more tricky. It's one that requires external information from a roadside unit or information from the intersection controller that is installed on the side of the road. So, and for many years we thought that the roadside units would be the ones that would send the information about the traffic light information, the phase and timing of the traffic lights. And that has changed also, this thinking. The thinking is that the things that traditionally we thought that the roadside unit would send is in-vehicle speed advisory, curve speed warning, signal phase and timing, I mentioned it, red light violation warnings, pedestrian warnings, etc. at the intersections. All these, we thought that the roadside unit was the perfect way to do it. And what happened over the few last year, and I'm going to give the example of a specific solution that was provided by Ericsson here. It's inspired by Ericsson, but many different other IT providers have actually provided the same solutions. And they are talking about virtualizing the roadside units. And what we do when we virtualize is basically we geofence a specific area of your town or of your road, and then you start collecting information from the vehicles using the mobile network, and you also add to this the topology of the area, plus perhaps the traffic light information, plus perhaps some patterns or traffic maneuvers that exist in this topology. And that is actually extremely powerful because you end up with a saving that is 10 to 100 times higher. So that means that at scale, you have enormous economies of scale to reach out all intersections in the town, for example, in Torino. So in general, when we see pilots going on with roadside units, we have 10 to 50 roadside units in one town, when normally a single town is 800 or thousands of intersections. So the scalability of these solutions can reach as long as the information is present somewhere in a server for the traffic manager, you can bring it very, very quickly to the with an interface to the mobile network operators that then virtualize the roadside unit and brings it to the vehicle manufacturer. And so that's basically an illustration of when a city owner sees the need to add a place where he would like to observe the traffic, he would just add a geofence, ask the vehicles to get information about the trajectory and the speed in that specific geofence. It can be a roadwork, it can be an intersection, it can be a congested road during peak hours. And specifically for these specific areas, you just gather information and then produce the services that you want. Now, is it too good to be true? And there are a few hiccups around that. So what we are referring to in terms of technology is MEC, is edge computing. It's basically putting at the edge of the network some computing powers, servers basically. It's a PC. And when you have this capability, what happens is that you have three big challenges. One, which is the inter-MNO, interoperability. That means, and I'm going to show that in the next slide. The second one is multi-OEM. So can a vehicle that is generating a warning actually warn another vehicle from another brand? And then another one that is the multiple vendor interoperability. And then the final one that I'm not going to talk about, but we have done some actual tests, is on vulnerable road users, making sure that vulnerable road users with their mobile phone can actually participate in the safety ecosystem of the town. And so that's my last slide. And that's related to, and I'm very happy to actually show that this was done in Turin. So a few months ago, 8 members of 5GA got together, namely Telecom Italia, Telefonica, and British Telecom, and they showed 3 different things. One, which was the multi-MNO interoperability. That means I have a phone that is connected to Telecom Italia. Another one has a phone connected to Vodafone, for example, here in Turin. And then they can still use the edge computing that is available for the community. The second objective was about global operational activity availability. That means that if I am coming with a British Telecom phone, a SIM that from British Telecom, I come to and I roam into Telecom Italia's mobile network, I would like to be able to enjoy the same computational power at the edge than a normal subscriber of Telecom Italia. And that's exactly what was done in Objective 2. And the third objective was the multi-MNO MEC roaming scenario, is when I enjoy at home a service, a specific service that does not exist on the network that I'm visiting, I would like that this service is replicated and hosted in the roaming mobile network operator that I'm visiting. So, and that is actually done when you're actually getting into the mobile network. You ask for that availability, and that there is what we call a federated edge computing infrastructure that is then bringing this application inside the edge compute of the MNO that you're visiting. And I think that's my last slide. Yeah, basically that summarizes. It's edge computing for us is really important. We consider that as an extremely important and powerful and scalable solution that will really offer V2X services at scale and on every road in every city very, very quickly. And with this, I would like to thank you very much and enjoy the day.
Thank you. Thank you. Now I will call on the stage Christoph Menne, Executive Vice President and Managing Director of FEV Europe.
Buongiorno. Hello, everyone. First of all, I'm very happy to be here at this great event in this great exhibition hall. Really amazing experience to be back again with all of you in Italy. Today, I would like to talk about automotive megatrends. And before I do that, I want to give a short introduction of FEV. Who are we? We are by now more than 6,500 engineers engineering the mobility in terms of automotive transportation industry of the future. What are the global megatrends? If we look at what is happening, of course, you see some megatrends outside of the automotive world, which are connectivity, which are urbanization, which are sustainability. Drivers for these megatrends, which are consumers, subsidies, incentives, financing, emissions, and of course those drivers and those megatrends driving the big topics for automotive industry, for transportation, as shown here below with case. You've heard it numerous times today and in the past. What does it mean for FEV? We focus on new mobility concepts. We have, for example, developed our own BEV shared vehicle concept up to production, a complete vehicle, which was developed completely in-house by us. Battery electric drives are a huge engineering topic for us in the powertrain segment. We are operating the world's largest independent battery test facility in the eastern part of Germany. And of course, our ADAS facilities and activities are extremely important. I would also like today, based on the previous presentations which you've seen, put a focus on the powertrain technologies which are driving and fueling these big trends, which is of course, as you've seen, battery electric vehicles, but also hydrogen. Hydrogen in combustion engines, hydrogen in fuel cells, e-fuels and other propulsion technologies with very highly efficient combustion engines as well. To start with the first megatrend, sustainability. What does it mean? Sustainability means we have to be sustainable overall, have to shift to a circular economy. And just some key facts which are shown here: 88% of the consumers are in favor of sustainability. If you ask anyone, do you want sustainable products? Of course, everyone will say yes. So it's a big mega trend with which industry has to cope. Then more and more companies, and here's an example of American companies, the majority of companies, more than 60%, are moving towards circularity. There are more than 10 billion in terms of public funding, in terms of other funding, moving into sustainable targets over the last few years, and there are great savings also expected from sustainability. So many drivers. What does it mean? We want reduced energy and material content, we want to reuse renewables, and we want to reuse recycled materials, and of course need to work with different design concepts to allow this sustainability. If we look at sustainability from a concept of CO2 footprint for our automotive products, it means we need to look at the energy supply, well to pump, we need to look at the complete manufacturing footprint, and of course on the vehicle usage, pump to wheel, and the end-of-life impact of the vehicle, so the complete vehicle to grave. All of that needs to be looked at and assessed for an overall sustainability impact of the products we engineer, develop, and manufacture and use. If we look at sustainability from an emission and CO2 perspective, of course, we need to look at the different powertrain scenarios. And I think this is very impressive just looking at the major markets for automotive applications here in terms of predictions. If we look at Europe, we will see a huge share of battery electric vehicles toward 2040. This will be the majority of passenger cars with battery electric drives. If we look to the USA, the American markets, we also see a majority, but here tighter, with 55% of battery electric vehicles in 2040. And if we look towards China, we still see a significant share also of combustion engines, powertrain technologies here, together with hydrogen fuel cells. The picture is a bit more diverse if we look into commercial vehicle applications, and here, especially the right scenario, this accelerated transformation scenario, is, I think, highly relevant. Here, if you look directly towards 2040, you see still a significant share of combustion engines, hybrids, of course also together with e-fuels, as I will show in the next slide, battery electric drives, of course, especially have for the medium segment and to some extent also the larger segment, a huge impact. But very, very important, fuel cells, so hydrogen is a huge topic for those commercial vehicles, and I think this was very interestingly also presented by Pierpaolo, the hydrogen-fueled combustion engine has a big impact and a big future for those commercial vehicle applications. This slide is a bit busy, but tries to summarize it. If you look at the top line, you can see the different powertrain concepts for passenger cars, 2022, of course, with a huge majority of combustion engines. We know that is the status. Then moving slowly towards battery electric vehicles, with already a significant big share in 2030 and the majority in 2040. And then if we look to the other segments, non-road and heavy-duty trucks, you see a much more diverse powertrain scenario with fuel cells, with hydrogen combustion engines, with hybrids, but of course also battery electric powertrains. What does it mean for us who want to develop these products? Of course, we need to be present in battery electric engineering in all fields, in development, assembly of prototypes, benchmarking and testing. And we're especially proud here on the very right of our EDLP, where we do the complete durability testing, where we do the environmental testing, the mechanical testing of complete battery packs and modules. And we're proud of our competence in developing these battery packs of the future with all the new approaches of cell-to-pack and cell-to-vehicle in the future, where we can increase the energy density and reduce the weight of those battery modules significantly. Of course, also simulation is an extremely important aspect here. Unfortunately, the animation now in this slide doesn't work, but it shows you that especially this big topic of thermal propagation, which is a very critical one for batteries, has to be tackled with the right competence, but especially the right tools. Looking into the simulation from a cell level to a module to a whole pack, how thermal propagation spreads across the pack to optimize that and to achieve the targets. fuel cell systems, very complex systems, very, very much comparable to an engine system with all the accessories and everything that needs to be controlled, of course also requires an in-depth knowledge of all the different components, and also means that for the tier 1s, tier 2s, the supplier industry, you need that knowledge and you need someone who can give you the system view in order to develop all these important components which are required for a fuel cell system. Hydrogen engines, we've heard about it earlier today, and I just want to confirm again that there's a lot going on in this segment. Here we just try to show some selected references we are allowed to talk about in the different segments. You see, in commercial vehicles, we're doing applications of hydrogen engines. We've been involved in one of the very, very first off-road applications of combustion engines and commercial vehicles on-road. The topic is gaining a lot of momentum and a lot of activities are happening, as these few examples just show. If we move to the next huge megatrend, digitalization and connectivity, this is driving the big trend for the automotive world of the software-defined vehicle. What does it mean? We're moving away from attributes which are primarily defined by the hardware. So in the past we talked about torque levels, we talked about horsepower, we talked about acceleration, we talked about displacement, we talked about number of cylinders. Now what differentiates your product is actually the software. The software across all the different modules is defining the vehicle. And this trend of software-defined vehicles is the absolute mega trend for automotive engineering in the upcoming years. It means that with the software-defined vehicle approach, we have an answer or part of the answer and aspects to all the different megatrends, to electrification, to automation, to connectivity, to shared mobility, to personalization, and all these megatrends have an impact on the software-defined vehicle and what we need to do in terms of software for the different control modules, what we need to do in terms of engineering, as shown here on this slide, with the questions, the most important ones listed there. What do we need to do on the electric architecture? How do we link the software and hardware in an efficient way? How do we do the updates? And very important also, what does it mean for our development organizations? What does it mean for the people who are actually doing the job? How do we cooperate internationally in different groups? How do we cooperate in the companies? And how do we share all the data which we collect on the road? It means our development processes are moving from a decoupled process between hardware and software to a highly interlinked process where we continuously need to update our products which are in the market. So the development does not stop when we've launched a product and gone through SOP and a couple of months afterwards. No, it's a continuous process, and you need to imagine that. You need to update the software continuously for all those vehicles which you have in the market. So this is defining and requiring completely new mindsets in terms of development. And of course it means that we have many more stakeholders all of a sudden in the game. We're not only talking about OEMs, yes, an engineering service provider, and yes, the tier 1s and tier 2s who are cooperating on this. No, we're talking about tech companies, we're talking about mobile network operators, we're talking about the smart cities giving input into that. So we have many more players in the development of these software-defined vehicles. Yeah, I think I've touched this already as a summary. If we move on to the next big topic, which is smart cities, and you all of us experience it every day, what it means. Smart cities, we are highly interlinked with smart mobility, smart energy, smart health, smart building, all those aspects of our modern lives, all of them communicating, all of us knowing every day exactly what is going on with our health, with our energy consumption, with the way we use our vehicle, how we charge our vehicles, about traffic, etc. Everything highly interlinked, and of course, that is a huge driver also for mobility in terms of services, in terms of the actual vehicle, the digital infrastructure, and the physical infrastructure in the cities. And I'm very happy that actually here in Italy, we are working on this very, very important topic, on this very important megatrend, with a laboratory at the University of Bologna, where we are working on all these aspects of speed profile prediction, of PHEV geofencing, as mentioned earlier, on predictive battery thermal management, for example, making sure that your battery is ideally conditioned for the next charge, which you want to do to enable very fast, very quick, very rapid charging, to have the e-horizon-based ADAS, which is not only using the inputs from the external sensors you have in the vehicle, but all the inputs which are available in a smart city, and of course, considering the impact of the people and the multidisciplinary teams. FEV Italy here, our local important subsidiary part where you can see the laboratory and some content at our booth, is providing all these facilities and services here to carry out all those works which are listed. And what is of course very important for this is that you can do an offline validation and simulation of the interaction of all those different concepts and aspects of all the different control units, how they communicate, that you can inject a fault externally via close coupled network, via wider network, wirelessly, and that you can that you can check the impact on the overall driving scenario and how robustly your systems work, and that you can do that at a very early stage of development in the V process and not only in the complete vehicle system, which is available only quite late. So summarizing this, I was asked to catch up some time after all the long delays which we've had in the previous presentations. It means sustainability, environmental impact is a huge, huge trend, and we all need to work with it. We need to reuse, we need to recycle, we need to be smart in how we set up our batteries. And of course here, if you think about that, this aspect of recyclability is not really even fully considered in all the battery development programs which are happening now. Yeah? And you need to consider when batteries will be the mainstream, at least for passenger cars, and they will be in the very near future, this whole aspect of recyclability, how you can dismantle batteries, that not every cell is glued into the whole pack, will gain huge momentum and is a huge development target and activity which we need to tackle. Zero impact vehicles, and here really cradle to grave, and powertrains will be the new standard. Anything else will not be acceptable in the future. Digitalization and connectivity are happening everywhere and are the major mega trend really for the automotive industry across all the transportation segments, which means that the software-defined vehicle is absolutely the new standard and the topic you need to focus on in terms of your development. This is driving the attributes which differentiate your product from the product of your competitor. So a huge topic where huge sums in terms of development are spent on. And last but not least, of course, we need to ensure that our vehicles work in the environment of smart cities. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Now, another interesting speaker, because we are now going to understand how to meet challenges of technology transition in the face of current regulations. So let me introduce you Alexander Damianov, Technical Manager in Green and CIP.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for being here, and a big thank you to the organizers of this magnificent conference. Today, I would like to speak about Green NCAP. Green NCAP is a consumer protection program that's assessing the environmental impact and sustainability of vehicles. And I was also to take the second part of my presentation. It was meant to be for my colleague Salvo Mosameci. He will not be here. I'll take over that. So let me begin. The things that I'm going to show you today are who we are, what is the test methodology that we are implementing in our program, what is the vehicle selection rating system, and how does our history and future look like. After that, a couple of points for continuous improvement, well-to-wheel assessment, life cycle assessment, and short conclusion slides with a couple of outlooks. Starting on this topic, we will hear that I'm speaking about green cars all the time. So a small convention that we should take as definition. What is a green car? Is it one with green color? I would say the green car is a car that has minimal emissions, highest efficiency, and these are also the targets, the direction that our high-level steering group gave us. High-level steering group is the uppermost part of our consortium that is giving us directions and the vision for the future. You may see now the program may be not totally perfect, but everything that this phrase states is what our direction for future will be. The vision. It is the consumer that is the driving force behind the program. And today's markets of automobiles are very complex. The information that's available is misleading and also sometimes controversial. So we see that the consumers need a trustworthy, objective information to help them make a purchasing decision when it comes to buying a vehicle. And at the same time, vehicles' environmental performance and sustainability also get new dimensions of importance. So out of those questions, out of those needs, the program Green NCAP arose. It is a consortium, and here you see what are our members. The members of Green NCAPs are countries. You for sure see the Department of Transport of the UK, the Catalonian government is also present. Germany has a very high importance for us with the Ministry of Transport, represented by the federal authorities for highway research and also for motor transport. Additionally, we have a French ministry represented by Utak Ceram, and furthermore, you'll find a lot of consumer protection organizations like ICRT, but also automobile clubs like ACI, but you also have ADAC, MTC, and all of them are working with laboratories. Some of them, like for example, Myra, CSI, or EMPA. The objective of Green NCAP is to provide information to consumers and other stakeholders in a technology-neutral, objective manner. Our targets, our aims are to stimulate real green cars to enter the market, to reduce the pollutants and greenhouse gas emissions of the transport sector, and to restore consumers' confidence in vehicles testing, as it was a bit destroyed in the past years. So with those points, we also aim at sparking a competition among manufacturers, so that the consumer at the end can make even more benefit out of better products. Furthermore, we need to inspire the legislator to adjust the law and to provide development for further benefit of consumers and nature. And least but not last, we need to keep the transparency of the program so that everyone who looks into that sees what has been done and how are we going to do this also in future. What are the points and how do we proceed this approach? So it's a program that builds on two very important pillars. The first pillar is demanding very detailed vehicle testing in laboratory and also on the street, on road. And the second is to take these results and transfer them into a rating system that is understandable to consumers, easy to navigate, and comprises the three indexes. It is the Clean Air Index, that stands for minimizing the pollutants of a vehicle, Energy Efficiency Index, how efficient is your vehicle, and last but not least, the Greenhouse Gas Index. The test methodology that we are implying consists, as already said, of 2 points. We have the chassis dynamometer tests in the laboratory, but also on-road tests, real driving emissions. So you know that the legislator certifies vehicles according to the WLTP test procedure and the real driving emissions. It's fair to say that these procedures are already very much better than what was in the past, and they represent much more realistic conditions. However, they still only represent one small part of the engine operating map of a vehicle, and furthermore, the ambient conditions that are presented here are not realistic in all cases. This means that as a whole, the legislation does not give the clear picture of what's happening in the real world. Furthermore, it is only a pass or fail criteria, since there are limits, and every manufacturer that stays within these limits has no further motivation to develop further or to bring even lower emissions into the market. So here is where we come and we introduce our tests. You see that we have two WTC tests. We have one with cold engine start and one with warm engine start. These tests are close to the legislative tests. However, we can have a couple of other improvements that are more realistic, like, for example, air conditioning is running. And furthermore, there is a BAB 130 test. This is representative for the motor highway test. And one test that's on the WTC cycle based, but goes into -7 degrees of ambient temperatures. So in these laboratory tests, we are measuring the standard pollutants, but also things that are not regulated now by law, like NH3 and N2O. The on-road tests on the other side, we may start with PEMS plus code. This is what we call it. It's similar to real driving emissions from legislator. However, we additionally introduce different tests. One of them is PEMS Eco. This is a very moderate, relaxed driving style with moderate motorway speeds, not more than 100 kilometers per hour, and air conditioning switched off. But on the other side, you have PEMS Heavy. PEMS Heavy is a very sporty, aggressive dynamic cycle with lots of acceleration, spinning tires, something that can happen on the street, and in reality, it is happening. So these tests are targeting the robustness of vehicles. For the PEMS Eco, it's also interesting that we have 15 minutes of idling in the street in Durban. This is important since catalytic systems and exhaust after treatment often have challenges with such behavior of vehicles. There is additionally a congestion simulation that consists of 15 minutes of idling and 5 minutes stop and go. Why is it important? So if you see this picture, you see how the WTC cycle from legislation is situated in the engine map of a typical diesel engine, and also there will be the PEMS code, what is RD similar on-road drive. They're only covering just a very small part of the engine operational map. If you take the BAB, what we are doing, you see that now we are improving the situation. We are moving into directions of high loads and highest power demands. So we are significantly pushing more the vehicle to deliver better emissions or to check how its robustness under such circumstances is. Now it gets interesting when you see what the on-road tests are doing under this map. You see that it's the red triangles. This is the heavy sporty cycle. It also fills up the entire operational field. It means that we are really pointing at robustness of the performance on this point. The PEMS Eco, the green one, may be beneficial for consumption, but you know, for example, for internal combustion engines, cold temperatures of catalyst systems reduce the efficiency of the exhaust after treatment. And it is strange, but in fact, it may be that if you drive slower in a more moderate way, you have more pollutants than when you drive a sporty car. The vehicle selection. How are we selecting our vehicles and based on what? What I brought you here is some information from ASEA. It is very fresh from this year. And you see that we are experiencing a trend. Of course, when you compare 2019 to the years 2021 after that, you see that due to the pandemic, the numbers really decreased in total sales. However, a thing that is very interesting to me is the trend that we are seeing about alternative powertrains. You see that the sum of alternative 3 years ago was at about 10%. Then 2020 it went to 24.5%. Today we are dealing with 40% alternative powertrains, whereas out of that 9% are pure battery electric vehicles. The rest are plug-in hybrids or normal hybrids. So the share of the conventional powertrains is coming back. Our approach is technology neutral. We want to assess all of these vehicles to the needs of the consumer and to the needs of nature. And we are not going to make any differences in points how we are assessing them. Vehicle selection is built on 3 pillars. You see that we have the best-selling vehicles. These are vehicles that are sold in Europe in numbers higher than 100,000. Then you have important market segments, like, for example, I'm going to read it. You have city cars, business cars, lifestyle, SUVs, and also vehicles for transport, like vans. Alternative drive systems and new technologies are a very important part of the vehicle selection, and you see in our webpage, when you see the results of our vehicles, that they have a high share of the vehicles that we have tested. These are electric vehicles, hybrids of all kinds, but also natural gases and innovative driving systems like fuel cell or variable compression ratio internal combustion engines. What is our rating system built of? As I already said, you heard we have the 3 pillars. These are the clean air index, the energy efficiency, and the greenhouse gas index. Currently, we are giving all of them 1/3 of the total rating. And this 1/3 sum to a rating of stars, what is the easiest way for consumer to show how good the performance, sustainability of a vehicle is. Clean air, we understand, is something that stands for health, for the air we breathe. Energy efficiency, for the efficiency of the vehicle. This means what the consumer has to pay for energy he's using or she's using. And greenhouse gas, climate, and planet. If you go to our webpage, you will see something like that. You see the vehicle with supplementing information, how it did in the different test cycles, how it did in the specific pollutants, and what was the index that it achieved. You can download this information and find also supplementary information on its specifications and performance. So history and future, how did we start? The program started 2017 and was developed 2018. This was where high-level steering group said, okay, we see potential in this program and we are going to enforce future development. And this is when the program was presented and came to the period 2019-2021, what we call GVI, Green Vehicle Index period. This was a pilot phase of the whole program that was funded by the European Commission in the course of Horizon 2020, and it really gave us a lot of inertia. The tests, the information that we want are crucial for developing our methodology and also for communicating what we were doing. So it was a great moment. After that, the transition we would say has already occurred, the transition to a mature program. Last year, we continued with our methodologies and tested more vehicles. And now we are 2022. The outlook to the next years is that we are closely looking to developments in at UNAC level, but also Euro 7. And it is our target, our aim, but we also proved that we can do that to motivate the legislator to adapt the law according to our findings. And we believe that on some extent we successed at this point. For example, we had presentation. We were given the opportunity to present to the European Commission, to the Global Consortium, and we believe, I would like to believe so, had an influence on what's coming as Euro 7. So speaking about continuous improvement, now you please imagine I lose the Bulgarian accent, Salvo Musumeci, and now you see the Italian accent. This is the part that Salvo was supposed to present. Continuous improvement, to show you something more behind the curtains of what we are doing. You see that we have a lot of tasks to target. And for all of these tasks, we need some task force that is dealing with them. So starting with real-world fuel consumption, the group here is working on a methodology how to take the consumption values that are measured in real world and to put them to the rating system. Currently, we only rate consumptions that are measured in laboratory because of the differences that you measure once in Barcelona, once in Vienna. However, we see that there are possible methodologies, lots of simulation done here to extract this information and make a rating based on that. Furthermore, well-to-wheel analysis and life cycle assessment group heavily working on that. And in a couple of slides later, you'll see what the latest news here are. The rating system decides how to construct the rating, what weight to give to the different tests. Gaseous fuel vehicles is a task force that is hibernated for the moment. We have the test execution reconciliation. You know, when we test vehicles, sometimes we have problems that were not foreseen, and we have to guarantee the quality anyway. So this group then gathers and decides what to do and how to tackle certain problems. Vehicle selection, I already told you a bit about that. Hybrid vehicles is a task that is very difficult because of the complexity of hybrid vehicles and plug-in hybrid vehicles. Here we had to learn a lot, and this is one of the groups that is open for collaboration with industry, because we think that we can find some benefit in their experience, and on the other side they can benefit of our view on the things and the things, how we rate them, the ways to encounter this with the rating system. Driving resistance is a group that targets on evaluation of the impact of mass and driving resistance on the results. And there is a group that is designed to check and assure highest quality of the test results that we publish. So what is new this year, 2022? We learned a lot of criticism, but also of ideas and different views of previous years. We are introducing a two-stage approach. This means that for the first stage, we are going to give the chance to vehicles to show what they can in a simpler tests, but go to second stage for the better of them to show how much more they can score and do for pollutants and greenhouse gas emissions. Currently, we are introducing a well-to-wheel plus based greenhouse gas assessment. In comparison to what we did last year, it still was tank-to-wheel. Now we are going to well-to-wheel. This means that we are assessing the life cycle-based operational phase of a vehicle, and by that guaranteeing a bit more resolution and fairness to comparisons of different powertrain times. In the same time, we are introducing life cycle assessment, but for informational purposes only, as in the moment this is not something that can be put in a rating in an objective way. The greenhouse gas index, so right now we are starting to assess greenhouse gas once as direct vehicle emissions, what comes from the tailpipe. This is what we used to do before that. But currently we are taking the tailpipe emissions, the upstream emissions. This means how much greenhouse gases were on a life cycle base emitted in the production of the electricity or energy carrier that the vehicle needs. And by that, we are coming a step closer to our ultimate target. It will be life cycle assessment. Here you see how the vehicles from the previous years would do in the greenhouse gas index if you put them today. For vehicles that do 225 grams, they receive 0 points. Vehicles that come down to 50 grams would get the maximum result. And you see that even electric vehicles are somewhere in between, even if closer to the better limit. But we achieved higher resolution and higher fairness in comparing all these vehicles, and in the same time giving further step towards the understanding of life cycle assessment, that not only the local emissions of a vehicle are important when you speak about sustainability. What we are doing in life cycle assessment approach, we have three very important steps. The first that you see here is an expert tool. This is what we have internally, all our members. And this is the mother of all tools that we're using. This is highly complicated. You can make a lot of adjustments and settings of parameters to see different scenarios and like, for example, exotic fuels and so on. Very soon, in April, we will deliver a static information, life cycle assessment of the vehicles that we tested previously. And after that, soon after that, also in April, online will be an interactive consumer tool, what will allow our customers, not customers, the consumer, the people that are interested in that, the stakeholders, to check how their vehicle or a vehicle they would like to buy is performing on a life cycle assessment basis. for different countries, but also for different driving mileage, and even, if possible, to select the renewable energy source. If you're driving an electric vehicle, you can do that, and then compare different vehicles, plot this, and take this home. The interactive consumer tool currently includes more than 23,000 vehicles that are delivered by the databases of our clubs. We are introducing a life cycle assessment of all the European countries, and these databases will be updated every 3 months, ensuring that the newest, latest vehicles and models are on the market, can be assessed by the consumer. So concluding my presentations, I'll say that we were successful, but we need to continue informing consumers and other important stakeholders about the real environmental performance of their vehicles. We are introducing a two-stage approach, which gives the chance to better vehicles to score even better. And by implementing the well-to-wheel plus analysis lifecycle-based operational phase, we are increasing resolution of our rating system and making the comparison of different powertrains a bit more fair. Lifecycle assessment is an important point. We are working on these 3 projects, and very soon in April we will see them online. We will give consumers the possibility to play with results, check, analyze, and hopefully support them in making the best decision for them. Outlook, we are going to continue trying to deliver input for legislation changes. We think we were successful at that. At the same time, we'll closely follow how these regulations on European and global level are developing and adapt to them, but always keeping in mind that we are one step ahead of them. We want to become the driver for technological improvement for the benefit of consumers and nature, and expand worldwide. Then we will also continue working on life cycle assessment and improve the state of the art of this view on natural and environmental impacts. With that, I thank you for your attention and wish you a good day. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Damiano, for this panoramic on the green and CAP tests. Now I will switch in Italian again. Torno a parlarvi in italiano.
I'm switching to Italian again to greet the council member of Piedmont Region for Development and Enterprises, Economic Activities Development, Mr. Andrea Tronzano. Well, thank you. Thank you for having me today. Thank you, Mr. Mika and Mr. Macon, for organizing this event. I would like to greet everyone who's here, the Chamber of Commerce, with President Gallina, and all the companies. I would like to greet all the companies, especially because I believe it is very important to have them here today. I see everyone is very focused. Everyone has beautiful stands, beautiful booths here today. And after these 2 years of pandemic, we have been bent. We were bent but not broken. I also would like to thank all the workers of these companies who have proven to have a strong sense of belonging. Usually we read bad news on newspapers, but we have a lot of good news. We see how our production capacity is strong. Today it's a beautiful day because it's raining. Finally, after 100 days, we have rain, and this makes you understand how much the world has changed. We have had to change as politicians. We've had to change our paradigm. This kind of change can be seen in not being victims of the challenges, but to tackle them with courage, openly. And we have this courage because our companies, our enterprises, regardless of their size, are working side by side with us as we are working side by side with them. And this is essential because the cultural identity of this region is the culture of the enterprises, of the business. We should always, if we don't remember where we started from, we cannot face the future. And with our entrepreneurs culture, we've always proven to be the right region where to continue having a manufacturing identity. So what have we done as politicians to tackle challenges? We have been listening. One of the biggest actions politicians can do is to put aside the concept that we know everything, because no one knows everything. But we need to have the capacity of listening. And we wanted to start from listening. We have visited many companies. We have listened to each one from top to down inside the company and our offices. And I would like to greet Mrs. Feno and those from the Aerospatial District. Our offices, and also Stefania Crotta, who's very important, together with Paola Casagrande, they've been able to put together what politicians have shown them. And this is what we have done through our budgets. We have been able to create that connection, that fil rouge, that enables us to say that our project is a strong project, is a robust project, because with this project we can face the challenges ahead of us. So one of our capacities is that of being able to have a wide mix, because Piedmont, which is characterized by automotive, needs to potentiate automotive, but to enhance automotive, but also to take care also of other areas. Think of Aeropraise. We have MEMIC. It's one of the biggest companies that's going to invest hundreds of million euros to create silica wafers of 3 millimeters. It's a supplier of Intel. Intel, which in Piedmont is ready, and it's ready. Our region is ready to receive Intel, and we are ready to make Intel understand that we are convenient. And if they are ready to come to our territory, we're ready to have them here. Same thing with Stellantis. First of all, President Cirio, for having tried with other presidents of regions who have characteristics of automotive, of having made pressure to our government. Also, my greetings to Marco Jordan, who's here today. We've been able to obtain some incentives, and Stellantis is again the key actor, because they've understood that on this territory we can be serious when we do things. So we need an agreement, and they've understood they need an agreement with the authorities. Without an agreement with the authorities, Stellantis will find it more difficult. But we have had a meeting with them. We met with them, with the president, and we have shown them what we can do. But then Stellantis has also given us tracks for development, and we will. I'm not talking about production, because the production of many models will continue to increase, also exceeding 200,000 cars per year, because that's the only way to find more occupation. But for sure, Stellantis has put logistics, and don't forget that we are the central access between north, south, east, and west through the TA to the high-speed train, and we're going to be the heart, the center of Europe, and this we have explained to Chairman Elkan and to Stellantis CEO. And logistics is going to be one of the key elements. It's one of the key elements that we are discussing with Council Member Gabuzis, and also circular economy, recycling batteries. For sure, this would be an incredible business that would generate profit, because companies have the right to make profit too. We need to facilitate companies that want to make profit in a legal way, in a legitimate way. So this profit could increase, and don't forget that profit means occupation. And then we have engineering, product and process engineering. Industrial Union, API, and all the industrial associations are working so that process remains and production remains on the territory of Piedmont, and Stellantis seems to keep it inside their industrial plan, and also know-how, technology, autonomous driving, everything that we are seeing here with the companies that are here. It's a network of companies that cannot be deleted, and President Cirio has explained to Stellantis that it's in their interest to invest here so they can be competitive. And so you might ask, what is politicians needed for? It's important because we need to stay side by side, because with the money of the recovery plan, this money right now is moving to universities and cities, but we have some of it have reached, for example, aerospace, and through our university, through our, let's say, central management of this, we will create the city of aerospace. But we were talking about circular economy. It's one of the pillars of our programming. Also digitalization, technology, research and development, all things that today, for example, Stellantis needs, but also the big companies, the big enterprises, because without a big company, without a small company, you don't have the big company. So we need both. So starting from the beginning, we need to, let's say, harmonize our relationship. And we are at a turning point where one collaborates with the other one and the opposite way, because companies are increasingly more and more updated, and they remain competitive in the world. And then global companies. We want global companies. We are not afraid of having Amazon here. This is an appeal I'm making. Don't be afraid of Amazon. Amazon is there. It exists. We need to find a way to collaborate with them, but also other big companies, Leonardo, Thales, Avio, Memke, Vishay, all these, Michelin, Solvay, chemistry is going to be another essential element. All these companies are global companies that we want to stay here with us. But it's not that we have to cry to ask them to stay. We need to invest. We need to invest with them on projects that make them as strategic with the mother company. And that's what we need to do. And this is what we are going to do with Stellantis. April 1st, we will be again with Mr. Koda discussing on the recovery plan with Stellantis. And then again, reshoring. Piedmont has proven to have a view, to have a vision, and anticipate and has started to understand that maybe globalization has started to stop with the pandemic. And now we have companies, they want to pacify production and bring it back to the European territory. And today, with the war, let's hope it will come to an end soon. Piedmont has the opportunity to welcome these companies, these big companies that want to come back to Europe. And also, our view, by saying yes to global companies, we are started to get ready to welcome them. And now we hope the government and the companies will help us achieve this goal. One last small point, that's the center of AI, of artificial intelligence. I'm talking as a council member. We are still a bit I don't know what point where we're standing. We have a law. The fact that we have a law is important, but we haven't had consequent action. So we need to be all very aware that this AI center comes back to our territory, because we must push this, because autonomous driving, it's a consequence of the AI. Most of all, I would like to remind you everything that the excellent panelists have said today. There's something that it brings to something that many underestimate. That's road safety, because we need to remember that we still have men and women who work, and they need the politicians to follow them, men and women who work, and also saved women. Human life is important. Our target is 0 deaths, and these technologies enable you to achieve this point, because we need to guarantee to parents their children will live forever, and technology will help us do that. So saving human lives also through technologies will be one of the central goals that Piedmont region will to achieve. And then last but not least, I have so many things I could tell you. It's the support to micro and small companies, because if the recovery plan will not reach them, we have failed. If European funds will not reach them, we will have failed. We were good because we removed the ATECO codes. Everyone can take part. We have enlarged with some new items the concept of manufacturing, advanced manufacturing, the entire advanced manufacturing. We will make space also to the movie industry, because in May, Fast and Furious will be shooting scenes here. Then we will have How to Look. Everything that is essential also to give the authority where the automotive is located, because it's on image through movies that United States have built their strength. We should not forget that. Fast and Furious, Outlook, up to Stellantis, Leonardo, and all the big companies, because this is part of the marketing of a territory, because you need to be able to sell better our image. So we need to save these sectors. If the transition to electric is so compressed, that will bring difficulties. So we are discussing with Stellantis, but also with Anfia, and also with Gianmarco Giorda and with IRES, which industries could suffer more from transition. That's where we should attack with our money and help these people change over and go through the translation, and also through technological evolution. Another essential aspect, also from the human point of view, not only as a politician. So we need, it's imperative. Of course, these are just words, but we need to talk, and we need to help these micro companies. And if we don't trace the route, we will put on all our efforts. We are using all our efforts. We work 24 hours a day, because this is our future occupation, work, development. Thank you.
Grazie mille.
Thank you very much indeed.
Gerhard Meister, Vice President, Business Field Electrification at AVL. Thank you, and thank you for your patience.
Thank you very much for the introduction, and thank you to all of you who are still here despite the lunch break already started after this huge delay. I promise you one thing, I will stay within the agreed time frame that was set for this presentation. I would like to speak today and say a few words about the challenges that we are facing on the pathway to sustainable mobility. I would like to derive what the key challenges are, and then of course ask the question what we as an engineering community can really contribute to this transformation process. Climate goals have been set, they exist,
and we have no choice but to achieve them. And the path to reach those climate goals entails many different aspects. We look at primary energy supply, which is of course the most critical element here. We need to make sure that we get the raw materials that we need for the technological transformation. We need to move to a total CO2 footprint consideration, so really from cradle to grave. We need to take a look at the manufacturing processes and capabilities that we have in the different regions. And we also have to be aware of the regulations and also the incentives by taxation and other means that our governments impose that really drive certain behaviors. And only if and when all these elements work together, we stand a chance to make this transformation happen. Challenge number one, primary energy supply. You see here data from the year 2019. It's 3 years old, it's true, but it's also the last year before the pandemic started. And it's the last year when the industry and also the economy was really running at full steam. And back then, we had a dependence on fossil fuels where 81% of the total global energy consumption came from fossil fuels. In transportation, over 90%. So I guess it's quite obvious that the transition towards renewables here is the biggest single contribution to enable this transformation process. Regulations. The European Union has announced the Green Deal last summer. It's the Fit for 55 program, so we have to reduce CO2 emissions by 55% versus 1990 levels. It is something we have to achieve, there's no choice. But the regulation, of course, also tries to set the boundaries for the infrastructure that is needed to get there. So it is actually a complex system that is really trying to enable this transformation. But in this stage, the regulation is still, so we moved now from tank to wheel to well to wheel. And in the next step, and that's maybe more important for us as we look further into the future, now the regulation is really moving to a cradle-to-grave setup. So not only do we look at how efficiently we consume the energy in transportation, or how efficiently we use it, we also look at the total, really complete CO2 footprint from cradle to grave of the product. And elements are added continuously to the regulations in order to enable this transition towards sustainability and the circular economy. Specifically, I should mention here the recycling of the complete vehicle and also the battery directive that is regulating who is responsible to take care of the battery second life and how it's recycled. And the third element that we need to think of here is the cost of CO2 in the end. We have a carbon trading system in place, and it really means now that we put a price tag on CO2 emissions. And here you see a chart where we show the trading of the futures of CO2 certificates, and it reached actually a level of 77.5 euros in 2021. And what it means now is, as we move forward, we need to be able to calculate the total CO2 emissions in the entire product life cycle from cradle to grave, and we put a price tag on it. And just like up to now in product development, we've been tracking product costs, we now have a new element that we need to account for in the development process, and it will influence our decision making for technologies, but also specific product decisions in the development. Dependency, challenge number 4. So up to now, we've been depending on primary energy from fossil fuels, and it made us dependent, in particular in transportation, from certain regions on this planet, Middle East and other known regions. By migrating now towards electromobility, and in Europe, we are clearly moving towards battery electric vehicles, maybe some fuel cell applications in passenger car. But if you look at the left side here of the chart, then you see that in 2020, we had a global market share of battery electric vehicles of under 5%. And by 2035, 2/3 of the vehicles will be sold as battery electric vehicles. And that drives the demand, as shown in the middle here, of raw materials that we need for those propulsion systems, for batteries and also for the e-motors. And if you just look at the scale of these two bars in the middle, we had 0.some million tons of materials like boron, cobalt, nickel, neodyme, and other rare elements that were needed. And this will explode to 3.7 million tons, this is the projection here, by 2035. And what it means to secure the raw material supply and to establish the associated supply chains is not a trivial task, and it shifts the dependence of our supply chains to other regions. It doesn't reduce dependence, it just shifts it, and it is something that we have to have in mind as we move forward in this direction. So summarizing these 4 key challenges: primary energy and infrastructure, the regulations, the CO2 cost that comes on the back end of it, and also the raw material supply. All of these things influence product development. We as engineers, we cannot say exactly what will be the share of BEVs and whether hydrogen in fuel cells or in combustion engines will be permitted again in the future. The regulations can change. All we can do as engineers is to develop technical solutions that allows us to deal with different energy carriers. Battery electric directly, or we develop fuel cells, we develop internal combustion engines that can run on hydrogen. We can also work with ammonia as an energy carrier. There's many options out there. But there's one element that we as an engineering community can contribute to this transformation process and has a big impact. And it's called efficiency. The best CO2 reduction we get, of course, from energy that we don't consume. And accordingly, every contribution we can make in the product development and product use helps us to make this transformation easier. And let me just very quickly here give you 3 concrete examples of where we can make a contribution. Number 1, as Mr. Matza also showed earlier today from Bosch, inverter technology has a big impact on the efficiency of a fully electric powertrain. We're showing here different technologies. We're coming from IGBT-based inverters, and we're now moving to different materials for the semiconductors used in the inverters, gallium nitride and also silicon carbide. And in particular, silicon carbide can handle the very large voltage ranges that we need in today's BEVs. And it also allows us to work with very high switching frequencies. And by clever design, so we can minimize strain inductance, we can really improve the efficiency of the inverter dramatically. In a drive cycle, the inverter usually has a loss of about 5% of energy that gets lost to the inverter. By moving to silicon carbide, we cut those losses in half. And again, it's an efficiency question, and it makes a major contribution. Here an example for efficiency in product development. In product development, we also create CO2 emissions. Here's an example where we look at the CO2 that is produced actually in the battery validation. So today's BEV batteries, in order to bring them to the market, we have to undergo very extensive testing. Many, many hours with many samples have to be tested for a very long time in order to make the product durable, reliable, and safe for our customers. And if you look at the development cycle of a battery electric vehicle, the battery is on the critical path, and the duration of the battery validation is here actually the time-critical element. So there are 2 cycles that are shown here, the high temperature operating endurance cycle and also the power and temperature cycle for endurance. And here we test batteries for up to 10 months, where we cycle the temperature in the test cell, so for the unit under test, and we repeat many, many of those cycles. And if you think about the fact that we have to modulate now the temperature inside the test cell from minus 30 degrees or minus 40 degrees up to plus 65 and back, and we do this for thousands of cycles, you can imagine how much energy we have to use for this conditioning. So what we do is we look at the reliability targets that we're trying to achieve, and then we design a test program. In this concrete example here, we had a test program with a total duration of 25,000 hours. And by using statistical methods that work actually with damage models that are physics-based in the background, you can optimize your test plan and really dramatically reduce the number of hours you need to test those batteries. So we cut 2/3 of the total hours needed. And that, again, in the short term, the impact is that our product development gets more cost effective, but long term, as we go to total life cycle CO2 emissions, that's a contribution we can make on the development side. We talk about batteries. Batteries come into use with a big backpack of a CO2 burden. So we're talking about 80 kilograms of CO2 per kilowatt hour of battery capacity when the battery is installed in our cars. That means a 60 kilowatt hour battery, which is kind of mainstream these days for the smaller vehicle classes. You're looking at a 5-ton CO2 package, or baggage, I should say, the product is carrying from the beginning. And we can reduce that. And if we make smart decisions in product design, where we look at how to integrate the cells into the total pack, or maybe even further down the road with the right chemistry in the battery cells, directly into the vehicle chassis, we reduce overhead, we reduce CO2 burden. The other element is a lot of the materials that we're using and also the bonding processes we use these days in battery design, they are not at all suitable for recycling. And we are making great strides in changing those manufacturing processes in order to make the product more CO2 friendly and to reduce this CO2 burden from the beginning. So in summary, the European Union has made decisions on the regulations. And while we are neutral on the technology that's being used, it looks like the battery electric vehicle is going to play the key role in the European Union. And e-mobility is causing a big challenge to all of us. I'm sure you all have discussions about how this can be enabled, and companies are thinking how to change their production setup, which products to make in the future, how can they transfer the know-how in line with the new requirements. It's a huge challenge for all of us, and it's compounded by the pandemic and some other issues. But at the same time, these regulations also force us to be creative, to be innovative, and give us an opportunity to take technological leadership in the secure our future. When we develop electric or electromobility, e-mobility, we need to do it, of course, in line with primary energy supply boundary conditions, with the infrastructure, with the production capabilities, and we have to make sure that what we do really makes sense from this carbon footprint perspective. And we should never forget that whatever we develop, we need to develop products that our customers accept, that they want to buy. Sustainable energy is obviously the key bottleneck in this transformation. And since the provision of sustainable energy and the transition to get there is an expensive exercise, every contribution we can make on the efficiency side has a big impact. So again, we as an engineering community and AVL as an engineering company designing and developing vehicles and propulsion systems for e-mobility, the contribution we can make and we do make is that we are trying to design the product and the processes to develop it and to test it and validate it efficiently. And there's many little tasks along the way, but the total impact is very significant. And this relentless optimization of efficiency is going to be a big driver in our business for the coming years. And with that, staying within the time limit, I would like to close the presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you again. And I will switch again in Italian. Do you like switching always from one language?
So I'm going back to English, to Italian, for another greeting from authorities. Now the floor is for Chiara Foglietta, who's a council member of the ecologic transition of the city of Turin. Good morning, everyone. I'm very happy to be here with you. I am bringing you the greetings from the city of Torino. I'm Mayor Lorusso. I'm happy to be here because I've been able to look around and to look at the future instead of looking at each other only virtually, always from screens. Mr. Tronzano was saying before, this will be the first city in Italy that will experiment the self-autonomous drive car. And it's a city that has strongly wanted to become a carbon neutral city before 2030. This will be a big challenge. This will involve the commitment of everyone in the city. But here we will be able to make future. Here we will be able to look at an alternative mobility, at a green mobility. I'm very happy to be here. I will continue on working with you in the afternoon, and I wish you a successful meeting. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor. Let's stay in Italian without switch now, because here on the floor we will have another council member, but I'm going to explain you what we will do now. In 2020, 32 startups were involved in the VTM context, and then the pandemic came, and we've had 10 winners, but VTM did not forget about them. So we are calling them here to present them with their award. So I will call Mr. Matteo Marnati, who is the council member for innovation of the region, and then he will call each winner. It's nice to present the prizes, especially with everything has been happening on our territory, because the current context is still facing us with climatic crisis, with pandemic crisis. But it's raining today, so it's a good sign. But also we have the humanitarian crisis. But we do have good news. Yes, we have presented our European program a few days ago. We will wait for the EU Commission to confirm it and authorize it. And we are building the Piedmont we want. Piedmont within the European community. We're very close to European values and to the changes that are ongoing, and they are happen very often, and happen very fast. And we need to find solutions. And that's why we are talking about startups, and we are going to we will put available 50 million will be made available to startups, and the budget will be increased compared to the past. And the previous program has been very successful. We are working with the resources that come from Europe, but that will then be passed on to companies in our territory. So we will have the measures of proof of concept, which enable the evolution of technological development in public research to define industrial and commercial enhancement of value. And then we will have the start of startup, and then incentives to innovative startups promoted by investors having working in areas that are consistent with those of interest of the region. So this mainly concerns environment. We have been talking about also looking at the books. We'll be talking about decarbonization, the study of new fuels. We are very focused on electric and hydrogen, but also digital for safety, for cybersecurity. This is very important, also following the war that has just striking also some companies. And these are the topics of the future. We want to face them also with the support of the young people who want to invest in their future. And I will close my intervention here, and because I want to give the floor to the awards, because we've been postponing it. So this is the good news of today. And let's face the future and the challenges of the future. and because in 2027 for Piedmont, there will be many changes, so many ideas, and we do have the resources to implement. Thank you very much. Let's stay here because now we are giving out the awards. I would like also to call to the floor Dario Piero, so you decide who will give them out. So 10 startups who won the concept in 2020, the VTM contest. 5 of them are here. Giuseppe Faranda Cordella, please come to the floor, of Drysec. Patrizio Spaggiari of Live Touch. Offer Suami of Django Connectivity, Fabrizio Impina of Flag MS, and Roberto Ventura from Free Windy. Please come here so we can take some nice pictures in the center of the stage. And then someone, so me, will present you with the awards. So who is the first one to give out the award? You're going to help me, and a nice round of applause to Mrs. Pia, who's here to help me. So give them to the winners. Let's start from here.
Complimenti. Prego, adesso esatto.
Okay.
L'assessore Marnati in fondo.
And now Council Member Marnati.
Chi ne consegna 3?
Okay, who is going to deliver 3? Okay, so all 3 to Councillor. Okay, when you all have your prize, please look at the cameras. A nice round of applause to them for these startups, because VTM did not forget about them. Thank you very much. So now please leave the stage, and we continue with another prize.
And I would like here with me to talk about the 5G Meta Hackathon, Pierluigi Freni, project manager in Lifty, for the discussion about this project. What is the 5G Meta project? The 5G Meta project is an Horizon 2020 project running from September 2020 to February 2024 and promoted by a consortium of 11 European partners to pursue the objective to empower the smart mobility ecosystem. 5G Meta will empower the automotive ecosystem from industry players to new entrants, granting access to interoperable car-captured data. So in this particular project, there is one very important player, that is Lifty. Lifty is an investment holding company, a very important partner for organization of the event in support of these startups and business initiatives. A partner who organized this 5G Meta Hackathon. The aim of the hackathon was to create high-tech startups or new business opportunities. This hackathon was a 24-hour marathon, okay, started yesterday and finished today at Combo, here in Turin. And the participants worked on 3 big items, on 3 big challenges regarding the actual mobility. One was the comfort and safety of road users. One was linked to vehicle mobility, and the third one was the user-centric services, so technology at the service of mobility. 24 hours to produce ideas and show in a final presentation. So we are waiting for the 3 startups, three winners startup to be here with us because a jury evaluated the proposal and the best free solutions are here with us to be awarded with a total prize of 5,000 euro. It's a little help, but it's a beginning for these startups. I'm asking if startups are here or not. So they are arriving, okay. Young guys, the problem is that I don't know the name of these startups because, as I told you, the hackathon just finished half an hour, more or less, ago, and I was here with you. So it was very difficult for me to know the name of the guys. These guys maybe will be the next engineering in the automotive sector, maybe. They will be new manufacturer, maybe. They will be new brain working inside this particularly commercial sector, maybe or maybe not. It depends. The fact is that this hackathon, 5G Meta Hackathon, and wanted to award their ideas in order to give even a possibility for the future to start. Okay, Pierluigi, here with me, Pierluigi Freni, project manager in Lyft. Thanks for being here. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay. Yeah, this is for your slides, and the stage is yours.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. So welcome. I'll be very, very quick. So, because I mean, you already heard about the project, the 5G Meta project that involves partners from all over Europe developing a platform for open innovation in data generated by vehicles. The hackathon was performed in the last 24 hours with 20 participants coming from all over Italy, working on new ideas and business models to leverage the project results. It has been an endeavor, and it's time for them to discover who the winners are. So the winning teams, we start with Ganesh, third place. An applause for them. Don't know if they can reach me on the stage.
Are you ready for the startups?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Ganesh.
Guys, come on.
All right. So.
An applause for these guys who created, all together, yeah.
Okay.
Who created the startups winners of this 5G Meta Hackathon.
Okay, so the team of Ganesh achieved the third place. Then we have the second place is Polydropper. An applause for you.
Nice names. Nice names.
And finally, G.
The winners.
The winners. Come here.
Okay. You have to explain first the name because, okay, maybe it's the initial letters of your names, no? Okay. Okay.
All right, so I want to thank also the other two teams that were working, Smart Parking. An applause for them as well.
Intro.
And
the other side,
Transportation Design Solutions. All right, so I'll give the stage to the companies so that the projects so that they can shortly explain you what they have worked on. So we start with Ganesh. Very quick. Molto veloce.
Okay. Good afternoon to everyone. It's an honor to be on this stage today, and we are presenting Ganesh. Ganesh is the god of, is an Indian god that removes obstacles, and we call our startup this way because we want to remove a big obstacle. We are talking about mobility of emergency vehicles in rural areas of EU. what happened is that in rural areas it's difficult to access an ambulance in time, especially when something happens in the road. We want to address the problem by using prediction-based models, combining sensors from the environment with sensors with the road, and create a predictive fleet management software for the fleets of ambulances. We plan to sell this service directly to the public healthcare system through a license. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, so then, okay, I'll go through these very, very quickly, because, I mean, we are getting quicker than, okay, and runner-up, Polydropper.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everybody, and ladies and gentlemen. We are the team Polydropper, and for the 5G Meta Hackathon, we presented our solution about drowsiness-related zero-latency anti-collision system. There is a big problem, that is the drowsiness. So the chance that you can fall asleep while you are driving. And this is a very important problem today because it really affects all the people driving that make an accident, okay? It can be estimated that the accident, from 20 to 50% of the accidents are related to this problem. More than that, there is a regulation in Europe that obliges by 2022 all the trucks and then all the cars produced to have these driver drones and attention warning system. The state of the art implies different technologies, both vehicle-based and behavioral measures. So, for example, cameras that can understand the blink rate, the eye state, and leveraging this technology that will be implied into vehicles in the future. We thought we implied 5G to realize a vehicle-to-vehicle communication in order to notify all the users of the street that somebody could be affected by drowsiness. So the solution is a software as a service that will be implemented by us, and basically we'll collect the data from 5G Meta platform, that are the data from the vehicles, and we'll notify all the neighbors' vehicles to about the drowsiness. Our business model is very, very simple. We plan to sell it to insurance companies because there will be a drop down of the accidents, and the market is very big. Our team, I would like to thank my amazing team, Manuel, Filippo, and Luigi, and that's the roadmap, and these are the partners. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So, last one, but not last.
Last one, the winners. I'll let this floor to 5 times G's. Okay.
So G. Okay.
All you know about this sound. So, in the next 3 minutes, 7 car crashes have been gonna happen in Europe. One of them will be fatal. Emergency vehicle goes to the crash site, and with little knowledge about traffic, about information related to the crash. Okay? So it's really important to share among different emergency services important information about the crashes. For this reason, we design the crash board. It's a platform able to collect and share all information for emergency services, from real-time videos to other type of information, for example, heartbeat or number of presence within the cars, etc. Is really important, especially if we connect this kind of service with 5G Meta, in which we collect overall information from the device surrounded within the crash site, and then get back available information to share to the emergency service. Also, provide a report for the insurance or the other, for example, or lawyers, is a really interesting business model for us. In fact, we're gonna start with a business-to-business approach in which we are gonna sell our information to the insurance companies, lawyers, with a annually subscription plus a report access fee. The journey started from stakeholder research up to deployed our services. We expect to spend 1 year and a half of timing and then roughly 500,000 funds to deploy and develop our system. Of course, we totally understand, and then it's clear for us that we needed to overcome some issues. And for example, different crash event is different from the other one, or otherwise the autonomous driving we're gonna real in our world soon, but the timing is really important. So we have an amazing team with different backgrounds able to deploy our initial business. So I'm Matteo Stolpa, and then this is the GGGGG team. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Matteo. So, Pierluigi, give money. So, immediately. Okay.
All right.
So, Pia, follow Pierluigi to give the checks.
So the team of Ganesh? Where is
So, the third one.
Okay.
Okay.
And here you are.
Okay. Please, for at the center of the stage for photos. So giving money is always a good idea. Eh? It depends on who, but they seem to be clever people. So, okay, thank you. Second place, second check. You will have to share the check, so decide how, because it's a bit difficult in 4 parts. And so first one, G, 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 another one, yes, G, okay, first place. The check, okay, even you have the same problem, because you have to share the check, but you will find the right solution because you are clever. Good. Pictures, okay. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Pierluigi, for being with us. Out of the stage, please, everybody. Lots of people now, eh? So. We need a startup to let people go out of the stage because, okay. Last part, I promise, last part. Just to conclude this interesting morning, and busy morning, I would say. I would like here on the stage with me Dario Peirone, President of Piedmont Agency, and Giovanni Tesoriere, CEO at Lifty, sorry, because we have an official signature of the partnership between Piedmont Agency and Lifty. So, are you ready to sign? I think you have the pencil, yes, okay. There is a famous anchorman Italian that say only the brave. So let's see if they are so brave to sign this partnership. Yes, I can say they are signing exactly. So you are doing it. Okay. Let's hope this can be the beginning of a long-term partnership between the Piedmont Agency and Lifty. So maybe watch even photographers for some photos. Watch there. Thank you. Thank you, Dario. Thank you, Giovanni. Okay. Thank you very much to you all who had the chance and the time and the passion to be here with us up to now. That is very late, because we were late and we are sorry. Thanks to all the people who followed us even on live stream. In the morning session just ended. In the afternoon, there will be other conferences here and in the Duomo room. And I don't know exactly at what time should I go to. Okay, 2:30. 2:30. So lunch break, and thanks again for being with us. Thank you. Thank you.
Stop Luca, stop Luca.
Poi.
Volevamo ringraziarti perché è stata veramente una grande fatica per te, però sei stato...
Very much indeed. I'm older than you. I put down a couple of kilos. A warm applause for Luca, who has been moderating this long morning session. Thank you very much indeed, and I hope to see you soon. Thank you very much indeed.